Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I have the proud pleasure to introduce my pastor, Reverend Carl Perry of the Union Baptist Church in Shannon, Mississippi. He's an awesome pastor and a great pastor from North Mississippi. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Perry.
Amen. We do give reverence to our Lord and Savior, Jesus the Christ. We thank God for our being here, the one who has allowed us to be here today. We do honor all of you here in the name of our Lord and Savior, for He is Lord over all. If you all will, let us bow in a word of prayer. Oh, gracious God, our Father, the Master, we come down in your precious name, Jesus, to say, Lord, we thank you. Thank you, Father, for another precious privilege to be able to call on your holy and righteous name once again. For, Father, we know that it is you who have allowed us to be able to come out, Father, to the House of Representatives once again. Father, so we ask now that, Father, you bless us in a mighty way. Father, we come praying now. Father, giving you glory, honor, and praise, asking, Father, that you would bless these thou people. Father, we ask that you would guide their hearts, guide their mind, that they would be on one accord. Father, that they will represent you well. For, Father, we realize that they stand in the behalf of the people. And because they're standing in the behalf of your people, help them now, O Lord God, to be on one accord. For, Father, we have read in your words where you said how good and how pleasant for brethren to dwell together in unity. Father, don't allow them to be separate, but draw them closer together, that the Republican won't be against the Democrat won't be against the Republican, but Father, we will be together and make decisions that, Father, that the people will be blessed. For, Father, we need you now. We can't do nothing without you. Bless us, and we'll be so grateful to give you the glory, to give you the honor, and to give you the praise. This we ask in Jesus' name, amen.
Attention, salute, pledge.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the counter, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you would join me this morning in welcoming a good friend of mine. If you'll look into the North Gallery, we have several first responders of our state that represent us there, and today we have joining that group a good friend of mine, Mr. Dave Eldridge. If you would, Dave, stand and let's recognize you and thank you for being here.
Gentleman from Calhoun, Mr. Stepp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery from Bruce Fine Arts Club, we've got Miss Tracy Williams, Doris Wilson, Sandra Pope, Bridget Smith, Becky Wright, Patricia Drake, Debbie Harrelson, and Miss Rosemary Shelton. If you would please stand. Welcome to your house.
Welcome, ladies. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you would, in the South Gallery, Mr. Chad Yates has some company this morning. We got Mr. Brad Courtney, who's owner of Stonehouse Restaurant, his wife Deborah, their daughter Katie Courtney Yates, and grandkids Easton and Emma. Make them welcome.
All right, I don't see any further recognitions. We will go to the calendar. Motion to reconsider calendar. Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 12, House Bill number 1226, and move to table.
Ladies, motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I don't see anyone seeking recognition. Gentleman from Jackson, do you wish to speak to the ladies? You don't wish to speak. He passed. All right, I'll put the motion. If you favor the ladies' motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 3, House Bill 1225, move to table.
Gentleman's motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I don't see anyone seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Any chairman wish to take up any other item on motion to reconsider? Rules calendar. Madam Clerk has a report from Committee on Rules.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. number 67, House Rules, adopt permanent rules for the 2024-2028 term. Title sufficient do be adopted.
Recognize the gentleman from Rankin, Chairman of Rules.
Okay, I'd like to call up H.R. 67.
You're recognized to explain the resolution, gentlemen.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the adoption of the permanent rules of the House. We've got 5 changes, and I'm going to list those out briefly. Number 1, we're going to clarify that there is not a time limit for the committee chairman to present a committee substitute or strike-all amendment with the explanation, answering questions, or offering of amendments. Number 2 clarifies that a motion to lay on the table is the same as a motion to table. Number 3 conforms to the joint rules about amending conference reports. Number 4 is reconsideration of a motion to table a bill. Number 5 is a veto override procedure. This just amends veto language to remove the 3-day window upon receiving a veto. That's my explanation of the resolution.
Questions on the resolution? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
Gentleman moves adoption of House Resolution 67. If you favor the resolution, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen?
No, thank you.
Rules yields. Ways and Means calendar. Chairman of Ways and Means. Gentleman from Tate's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the Ways and Means calendar, we'll take up a couple of these today, but not all of them. We'll pass over item 1, and I would call up item 2, House Bill 1642, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
So this bill normally might come to us in the revenue deadline, but there's nothing changed in this bill, so it falls under the general bill deadline. This is just bringing forward various code sections relating to our tax credits, so we can continue to look at those, study them throughout the session. There's no changes in the current bill. That's an explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any questions, gentlemen. You move final passage?
I do.
Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Item 3, House Bill 1701, would call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
This is the exact same explanation as the one before. There are no changes, but this is dealing with taxes. It's got various code sections brought forward so we can continue to study and look at those throughout the session. That's an explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, that's all we would take up at this time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any chairman have an item on the laid on the table subject to call calendar they wish to take up? Gentleman from Jones, you're recognized for an item on the laid on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to ask to bring up item number 1, House Bill number 1163. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes are. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, hold on, gentlemen. Gentlemen, you need to move to call it off the table now.
Excuse me, I'd like to move to call it off the table then.
For future reference, no need for the usual motion, simply a motion to call it off the table, which is a voice vote. Gentleman's motion is to call the bill off the table and back before the House. All in favor of that motion indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, bill is back before us.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the gentleman from Tate to present the bill.
Gentleman from Tate's recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chairman. Chairman asked me to handle this bill. This bill somehow got a little bit off track the last time it was up, so I'm going to try to do a little explanation on the bill. Currently, under current law, our IHL universities have the legal authority to enter into contracts with local first responders, that's EMS responders, local fire departments, and that sort of thing. And the fire departments in the cities and towns where our community colleges are have asked for the same treatment. So that's all this bill would do. There's no shall in the bill. It doesn't mandate anybody to do anything. It just allows the community college to contract with a fire department and first responders in their jurisdiction to provide service on campus if they choose to. That's all the bill does.
Questions? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final
I'm
passage.
sorry. I'm sorry. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey. For what purpose, Mr. Bailey?
I want to ask a question.
You're recognized for a question.
Now, gentlemen, we were told that the student will be assessed a fee for their service. Isn't that right?
No, sir. It's a may. It just says if the community college decided to do that, they would. But there is no mandatory fee anywhere.
All right, but I'm saying that there is provision where the students will be, that fee will be passed on to the student.
No, sir, it's a could, it's a may.
I understand the may
Yeah.
part of it, I understand
But-
English.
Yeah, but
I'm telling you that
Yeah.
the question is there a provision in there that if they may, and let's assume they may,
that is true, yes.
then they can
Yes.
pass that on to the student as a fee tacked on to whatever the fee
That is true.
that a
They-
student has to pay to attend that particular institution.
That is true.
That's what I want you to
Yes.
explain
No,
to me. Thank you.
if the college chooses to charge a student a fee and the agreement that they enter into with the fire department, they could do that. They don't have to.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak on the bill.
I see no one further seeking recognition. So gentlemen, you're recognized now to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I talked with the chairman about this bill when the bill first came along. What they are trying to do, they can do it through a local and private. I don't know why they're seeking to do it this way. Now, I understand this may and shall and all that. I went to law school and I got out with some decent grades, so I understand what may and what shall mean. But I know this, once you let that horse out of that out of the gate, there ain't no control over it. Now the reason I'm up here because we got two community colleges that, because of discrimination, have not been funded properly, and the dormitories are falling down, and the students don't have even decent place to live. And I'm afraid that we finna add something else on to the student to create an extra burden on them. I know we're talking about it may, but I'm telling you, every time I've seen that may, it becomes a shall and a will. And I'm telling you that if they wanted to do this, they could have done this through a local and private. It's all right if Itawamba College, Northeast, those are Rich Jones Community College, Gulf Coast, those are rich schools. We well finance them. But Coahoma and Mississippi Delta Community College, we have to get on our knees and beg every year to try to get enough funds to try to stop the leaks, the rain from coming in on students, to stop them from falling through holes because of the lack and disrepair of buildings. To add on extra costs to these students, I don't want us to have a chance to do that. No way, because a lot of the poor schools, they can't afford to do it. That's why I'm up here fighting, because I'm fighting for those poor schools that have been underfunded over the years and still been underfunded. Please, let's vote no on this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Gentlemen wish to respond?
Just briefly, I certainly appreciate and respect the gentleman's opinion on that. I would say that we're talking about the delivery of first responder emergency services in these communities that somebody's got to pay for regardless. I don't mind taking that provision out, and I would represent to the gentleman, you pass the bill on, we can take, I'm not married to any kind of fee. That's why the bill says a may, not a shall. But right now you've got, in at least 15 different communities across this state, you've got fire departments and first responders that are providing coverage to these areas and to these buildings and to some dorms that go 3, 4, 5 stories high, and they're not paying anything toward that. So in those areas and those communities where the college and the fire department would like to enter into an agreement just the exact same way the city of Oxford does with Ole Miss, and the exact same way the city of Starkville does with Mississippi State, this would allow them to do that if they so choose to. So although I'm sympathetic to what the gentleman says, and I've helped the gentleman a lot, and we all will and continue to help Mississippi Delta and Coahoma and some of those places, I would ask you to pass the bill. If as the bill goes through the process, if we need to take the fee out, that may, I'm open to that, gentlemen. So we can do that, and I'll commit to you, I will ask the Senate to do that. So no problem. If you would, just please send the bill on. Thank you.
All right, don't see anything further. Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 102 yeas, 10 nays, bill passes. Any other item laid on the table? Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, our doctor of the day today is Sandy Lou. She practices family medicine at the Choctaw County Regional Medical Center in Ackerman, and our student of the day is Lauren Summerall, and she is a student at the University of Mississippi Medical Center. And from Hattiesburg, please help make her welcome.
Thank y'all for being here. Lady from DeSoto, Miss McCray.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized, lady.
In the North Gallery, I would like to recognize a gentleman from Pathford Medical Service, Area Manager, Mr. Randy Murray. Let's welcome him to the Capitol.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I will, if you look to the South Gallery and help me make welcome our esteemed president of Delta State University, along with his chief of staff, Ms. Michelle Roberts. Let's help make them welcome.
Welcome, Doc. Good to have you here. Chairman of Public Health has an item laid on the table calendar. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item 3, House Bill 44, and move to call it off the table.
Gentleman's motion is to call the bill off the table. Further consideration. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's back before us, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 44 removes the one-year work requirement for physical therapists to work at a prescribed pediatric extended care center. PPAC extended care centers are designed to give children who are medically fragile quality health care in the least restrictive environments possible. No other PT specialists require work experience. In Mississippi, a PT achieves a doctorate level of education with rotations in several specialties, including pediatrics. This bill would ease the burden of finding PTs to take care of Mississippi's disabled children. The Physical Therapy Association considers this work requirement arbitrary and is in support of this bill. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill?
Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Any other item laid on the table subject to call calendar? All right, we will go to the general calendar. Judd A. Chairman Judd A., you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to go to item 1 on the calendar, House Bill 1607, and call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1607 is known as the Mississippi Women's Bill of Rights. And what we're doing in this bill is we're defining what a woman is, which is a female, a man, which is a male. We give definitions for girls and boys, and mothers and fathers. And basically what we're saying is what you were born with is what you are. And so that's a quick explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the proper time.
Thank you, lady. Gentleman from... All right. Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Now, gentlemen, tell me what's this bill about?
It's about defining what the sex is. A male is a male and a female is a female, and a woman is a woman and a man is a man.
Okay.
And that's what we're doing in this bill.
So it's dealing with pretty much the way that you were born, right?
That's right, gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
You in favor of that, right?
I am, gentlemen.
Okay. Would you be a amendment that would come your way?
Gentleman from Holmes, I have learned a long time ago that we don't accept amendments from the gentleman from Holmes. He's too sly for me.
All right, I don't see any further questions. I'm sorry, gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter, for what purpose?
If the gentleman would, will you yield?
Anything for a learned attorney.
That's good. On line 13, you mentioned line 13 mentions important interest. Can you tell me what those important interests are?
Important interest, the bill says state of Mississippi has an important interest in preventing unjust sex discrimination and in maintaining the safety, privacy, and fairness for all Mississippians.
Okay. Is gender defined in here? I'm sorry, I was trying to read through it, gentlemen.
Woman, man, girl, boy, mother, father, female, male. Sex is defined, and sex is defined as a person's biological sex, either male or female, as observed or clinically verified at birth.
And you have to forgive me if the gentleman from Holmes already asked, what's the purpose of this bill?
The bill is just to clarify and put in the statute and in the code that a boy is a boy, a girl is a girl, a male is a male, a female is a female.
Who asked for this bill?
I had a lot of individuals that have come forward wanting this bill.
You had a lot of members come forward?
I have, gentlemen.
And asked you to define, to make sure that we know a boy is a boy, a girl is a girl, a man is a man.
I have, gentlemen.
All right, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
All right, so I want to know what is the motivation behind this bill, because we all know the difference between a man and a woman, I want to say. So why do we have to define it in form of a law?
Well, we're just going to put it into statute. That's what we do down here is we make laws and we try to make definitions, and we're just going to make sure that we have that purely codified of what a male is and what a female is and what that means in all of our statutes and code sections.
Okay, so in reading this bill, I actually learned something new. If you can go down to line number 57 with me, and can you explain to me what the third sex is? Because I've only known of males and females, so can you tell me what the third sex you're referring to is?
You said line 57?
Line number 57.
God.
I'm sorry, line 62, paragraph number 3.
Basically, that is a condition right there, DSD conditions. That's where in a male, there are limited circumstances where an individual is born with both reproductive systems. And so what we're saying, if that is clinically verified, then this cannot be used against that person. And basically, we're just saying there's not a third sex going to be created. We're just saying we've got two sexes, male and female. And I think that's just some language that was put in there to clarify we're only going to have two sexes, male or female.
So this would protect a person that has the third sex, as you said, that could possibly be born with both?
Yeah, we're not going to, there are limited circumstances where an individual is born with both reproductive organs.
Okay, so
male and female. And so what we're saying, we're not, there is an exception in here for that.
So that's just to ensure non-discrimination against
We're just trying, if they have both reproductive organs or that, then, we wouldn't want them to be excluded.
So if passed, will this bill discriminate against any group?
I don't think it's going to discriminate against anyone. I think it's just going to be you're born a male, you're born a female, and that's what this legislature is fixing to decide. What meaning are we going to put into statute for it?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Jim, I got maybe one more question. Sitting here trying to go through this bill. It appears that we're trying to restrict certain terms and language used by other people. You don't find that to be, is that what we're trying to do in this bill?
all we're trying to do is just define male as a male, female as a female, boy as a boy, girl as a girl.
And so if somebody identifies as something else, that would go against this bill, correct?
What we're saying, gentlemen, is what you're born with, you're male or female, and that's what it's going to be, either male or female. And that's what we're putting in the statute, gentlemen.
You don't think we run into some type of constitutional violations or restriction of a freedom of speech by doing this?
I don't know anything about why it would be a freedom of speech issue. I'm just saying legally and codified in the state of Mississippi, that's the terminology we're going to give to our statutes. Boy is a boy, girl is a girl. Now, if someone wants to raise a constitutional issue, they can certainly, that is raised all the time from the legislation we pass.
Yeah, we do stay in litigation a lot in this state, don't we?
You're a learned attorney, gentlemen. Appreciate the question.
Thank you.
You're doing a good job for your constituents as well.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Certainly, gentlemen.
My friend, so for transgenders, how does this bill affect them?
Basically, what we're just saying is male is a male, female is a female, boy is a boy, girl is a girl. Under our statutes, that's how it's identified. Now, if someone wants to identify something else, that's not going to give them the effect under the statute. We're just saying under the state of Mississippi and the law of this body right here, we're saying if a statute or anything says male, female, woman, boy, that it means the sex that you're born with. Someone can identify how they want to identify. They can go out and identify how they want to. But we're saying for purposes of Mississippi law, that's how we're applying these statutes.
So what happens if someone identifies as transgender and go out into the workplace and those sort of things? Can we find ourselves on a slippery slope, in your opinion?
I don't think it's a slippery slope. I just think that what we're doing with this piece of legislation is we're just going to define, that way we give some clarity for individuals and businesses and landowners and everybody, people out there, some clarity of how these statutes and how the courts do interpret this, because we make the laws and the courts and the other systems interpret them.
Gentlemen, that's what concerns me about that. So we're putting into law to help businesses, give them some clarity. So, but we know in this state and across this country, it's more than male, female, and what you was born with. We know that. Is that true?
Well, gentlemen, there's a discussion nationwide and there's a discussion within the state of Mississippi. But as this body and how we're going forward, this bill just defines what's a boy, what's a girl, male and female, and that's what the bill does.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Lady from Humphreys, Miss James Jones.
Gentlemen, do you yield?
Certainly, lady.
So I have a question. Why is it titled the Mississippi Women's Bill of Rights?
Because that's the way the author drafted it, and that's the title of the legislation.
Why is it important that it's called the Women's Bill of Rights?
Well, that's the way the legislation was drafted, and we're defining what is a female and what is a male.
So it's important that it's called the Women's Bill of Rights?
That's the way we got it drafted, lady.
And so is it drafted to to determine just who a woman is only?
No, we got it drafted where it also defines what a male is. There's actually a section at the beginning that I didn't really go over, but it says men and women are legally equal but possess unique and immutable biological differences that manifest before birth and increase as they age and experience puberty. The state of Mississippi has an important interest in preventing unjust sex discrimination and maintaining safety and privacy and fairness for all Mississippians. So biological differences between the sexes are enduring and in some circumstance may warrant the creation of separate social, educational, aesthetic, athletic, or other spaces in order to ensure safety or allow members of each sex to succeed and thrive. Inconsistencies in court rulings and policy initiatives regarding sex discrimination and common sex-based words have endangered women's rights and resources that put the existence of sex-based legal distinctions in jeopardy. So that's where, lady, that the Women's Bill of Rights came from. It's that interlude, the first 4 subsections in Section D. That's where you're getting the definition of the Women's Bill of Rights.
So on the face, does it not appear to be a little bit confusing when you just say Women Bill of Rights?
And that's the way, lady, that's the way the bill was drafted, that's the way the bill was dropped, and I know you certainly have a difference of opinion because you're up here asking these questions, and I appreciate that question. But all I can tell you is that's the way this body's fixing to vote on whether this is the Women's Bill of Rights, and we can either vote yes or no, but that's the way the bill is in front of the body, and that's what we're proceeding with today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, lady, I appreciate that question.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
I didn't see anything in this particular piece of legislation that indicates a criminal penalty if the person refuses to identify one way or another. Is there any kind of penalties involved in incarceration or just what?
There's no penalty in there. We're just defining what the terms mean in all our statutes.
What if this person refused to identify? That's the point I'm trying to say.
If they refuse to identify, they refuse to identify. But what it's going to be once it comes to the way statutes are interpreted, we're going to go based on the biological at birth. That's what we're going to. There's no penalty if someone wants to identify one way or the other. But we're just doing this to give meaning to the words as they are in statute.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, I want to piggyback off of Representative gentleman from Hines. What is the purpose of this bill? It has no civil penalty, no criminal penalty. I mean, you go down this calendar, these bills have a purpose. This bill is empty. Why is this bill so empty and devoid of any substance?
I think it's easy. It's a simple bill. We're just defining what those terms are in statute and how they're going to be.
It's the second time in 2 years you brought an empty bill before this body. An empty bill, devoid of any meaning, substance, or anything. Now, how did you justify? How did you justify that?
Well, gentlemen, the bill was dropped. The bill was referred to committee. The committee brought the bill out. It's now in front of this body to make a determination whether we want to make that. I can't pass a bill by myself. It's going to take me 63 votes, gentlemen. And if I get 63 votes, then this bill is going to become law. If I don't get 63 votes, it's not. And so that will be a question that you'll need to ask all the members of this body if this bill passes. But
you are the presenter of the bill, aren't you?
I am the presenter of the bill, yes.
Okay. So my question is, what good is this bill going to do to the state of Mississippi?
The bill is going to give some clarity to our statutes with regard to what is defined as a male, female, boy, woman, father, mother. Those are the statutes. Those are the definitions that we're going to present to the body.
And what's the next thing this body is going to do as it relates to individuals who see themselves as something other than male and female? Are you going to ask that they be relocated to a certain place of the state, and then they all can live there?
Now, gentlemen, you know that that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about defining woman, man, girl, boy, mother, and father. And I understand that if you want, I'm more than willing to answer any questions on the bill as it pertains to one of these 4 code sections right here.
I'm asking you questions on that, John. My question is, to a person that defines himself or herself differently than a man and a woman, what are they supposed to do? What are they supposed to do?
This bill is going to define how our statute and how that's interpreted, what you were born with, male, female, boy, girl, woman. Anyone can identify however they want to identify, but according to the laws of the state of Mississippi, this is the interpretation that we're going to provide within the statute.
Okay, there's a section in the bill that does talk about individuals, I believe. It's so vague. Individual and ambiguous is ridiculous. It's just a ridiculous bill. But there's a section that discuss individuals that may be born with both organs. Is that correct, gentlemen?
Yes, this is called DSD conditions.
Okay. Explain that.
Some individuals are born with both sets of reproductive organs. It is medically certain that there are a small amount of individuals, and what we wanted to do is basically put something in there that with these people that have congenital and medical verifiable DSD diagnosis must be accommodated consistent with state and federal law. So that's...
How are you going to accommodate these individuals in this bill? The bill speaks nothing of it. It says one part, and then you don't say anything else about
it's just going to, it will be accommodated within state and federal law.
How is the state law going to accommodate them?
It's just going to be accommodated. I'm assuming, and you know what happens when you assume around here, but if someone has both reproductive organs, he may be a male.
Why draft a bill that forces citizens to assume?
I'm not drafting a bill to have a citizen assume. And I know I can definitely tell that you're opposed to this legislation, gentlemen, and I appreciate all the questions, but...
Did I tell you I was opposed?
Let me finish, gentlemen.
Did I tell you I was opposed to this legislation?
Well,
did I say one time I was opposed to this legislation?
Well...
Did I say... Answer my question. Did I say one time I was opposed to this legislation? I'm asking you questions on this bill.
Well, ask a question on the bill, and I'll be glad to answer it if I can. I know I'm not giving you the answer that you want, but the bill is real simple, gentlemen. And it's what male is a male, what you're born with, and that's the I've asked and answered that several times, but that's basically what the bill does.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding to my questions.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson. He passes. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Certainly.
Excuse me, my voice is out of whack today. Just a simple question on this bill. For insurance purposes, at one point in time, you had carriers actually targeting individuals of different LGBTQ community and things of that nature. So in other states, individuals who have had changes to their bodies and had opportunities to go back and change their birth certificate to whether they're a male or female. How will we determine on this bill, if it passes this House, what would this bill do to affect?
This bill is whatever that individual sex it was born with biologically, that would be how the laws would be interpreted for that individual.
So again, I indicated that in other states you can go and change your birth certificate. Mm-hmm. So you're telling me that this bill would go back to what their birth certificate says?
That's for purposes, and I'm not aware of anybody that has went and changed their birth certificate, and I can't speak to what other states have done. I don't know if people are doing that in the state of Mississippi or not. But for purposes of how this legislation is passed, we're going to go by, when you see our statutes and when you look at it, that's the definition we're going to have for it.
No, and I get that. I totally understand that. But like my other colleagues have asked, what is the purpose of it? Why is it needed? Who is this affecting?
Gentlemen, it's just give some clarity to our laws and to define what the definition is. And the interlude of the first four subsections that I gave to the Lady of Hines sort of gives the intent of the legislation. I read that off earlier, but that's sort of the preamble, and that's why it's labeled as the Women's Bill of Rights, and that's sort of the justifications.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. I appreciate your question.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Certainly, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, I'm not opposed to this bill, so I want to tell you that to start with, but I do have what I think are some legitimate questions. In the section between lines 62 and 66, I think, it deals with DSD, or another word, androgynous. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think your purpose in this bill is if you're born male, you have to for purposes, let's say, of school attendance, high school in particular, if you're born male, you can't choose to present yourself as female and participate with female sports or go in the female bathroom or that kind of thing. Would I be wrong in that presumption?
We're just giving some clarity for all of the statutes, gentlemen. I mean, some individuals could interpret it that way, but when the statute or when something comes available, when that issue comes up, that's what we're going to define it as.
But we have something here to deal with that then with this bill, right?
This is just going to provide those definitions, gentlemen.
Okay.
And that'll be up to the local jurisdictions and their lawyers and how they interpret the legislation that we pass.
I understand. And this is, I think, my last question. On line 64, starting on line 64, says persons with a congenital and medically verifiable DSE diagnosis must be accommodated consistent with state and federal law. Certainly understand consistent with federal law. There is a existing federal law that deals with this. But is there anything without this bill that constitutes now what state law is on this particular DSD issue?
I'm not aware of that, gentlemen, but I'll be glad to look into it as we work this bill through the process.
Certainly, if this passes, there will be.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
First, I want to say good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
And I understand we have our personal beliefs, our spiritual beliefs, and our logical beliefs. So, gentlemen, can you tell me 3 things that really affect the state of Mississippi as a whole right now?
Gentlemen, that is very subjective, and I think you could ask 122 members and get 122 different responses, but I'll be glad to discuss anything within this bill, because I mean, what I think is important may not be important to you and vice versa.
Okay, so I say again, so I'm gonna ask you, not the 122, just talking about you. What are give me 3 things that's most important that's affecting the state of Mississippi right now?
Gentlemen, I'll answer any questions about the bill. What I think is important and what's affecting the state of Mississippi is not in front of this body right now. I'll be glad to discuss anything with House Bill 1607.
Okay, I'm glad.
And I mean, I'm not trying to be, I
understand.
I just want to stay on point with the legislation.
I understand. We're going to get back to the topic at hand. So, may I ask you this question? Does this bill, is this bill more important to child poverty?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
Is this bill more important than child poverty?
Gentlemen, this bill is from the body right now. Those opinions could differ. I think we all have our differences of what we have priorities, and I think children are definitely our priorities. And I'll be glad to answer any questions with regard to this bill in particular, but I'm not going to get into specifics with regard to if you think this bill is more important than another issue. The bill that you got in front of this body right now is whether we're going to define the sexes, male, female, and that's the questions. I'm willing to answer any of those questions with regard to House Bill 1607.
And I understand that. And I thank you for taking these questions. And these questions, it just baffles me that we have so many priorities in this state to keep people here, to safeguard our election, to safeguard our borders. I was just having dialogue with 3 of my Republican colleagues yesterday about how some of these people are coming over here, running all contractors out of business, taking all jobs, doing all those things. And before we tackle that, fully funding our schools, we're tackling this thing. So my question to you, because I understand you're not the author of you presenting the bill, when are we going to put the things that truly matter to the state of Mississippi to make us whole, to move us forward, to make us open for business? When are we going to put that forward systematically and not some symbolically? Because this is a symbolic measure, and that's all I'm asking. When are we, and you don't have to answer the question, I just want you to think about it. When are we going to really move Mississippi forward systematically and not symbolically? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your question.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Byrd.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, are you aware of DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid?
Vaguely, gentlemen.
When a human being is formed, chromosomes are developed and sex is determined. So at birth, you are assigned sex. Your bill makes a visual observation. I think you should add a little science to it also to enforce what you're trying to say, the statement that you're trying to make. So are you aware of DNA, that DNA exists?
I am, gentlemen.
Are you aware of whether or not you could change your DNA if you wanted to?
I'm just a learned attorney, gentlemen, but I don't think you can.
You could appear any way you want to, and your bill says that you may. But your sex is determined at birth by the assignment of DNA. Now, there may be exceptions and minor variations in this to a very, very small population, but generally, we could define our sex by a DNA test. So, my question to you, gentlemen, looking forward, would we consider more of a scientific approach to this and assign sex more on a scientific basis rather than a visual observation, which may be very well, but I think the science would hold up better in a court of competent jurisdiction.
If this bill passes this body today and is transmitted to the Senate, I will reach out to the chairman of that committee and voice your concerns of whether or not we could amend it. I don't know if we amended anything today, would it create some type of point of order? I don't want to put something that would put the bill at jeopardy, but as we move this bill through the process and work it, I'll look into it, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for your question.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, you yield again for me, my friend?
Certainly, Jay.
I didn't mean to get up a second time, but I just got to ask you just a couple more questions if you would just indulge me. This bill identifies again male, female, boy,
girl.
and girl.
Right. Mother and father.
Mother and father.
Female, male.
Without diving into what your personal beliefs are, but how long have male and females been around this earth?
Since Adam and Eve.
And how old is our state?
It's over 200 years old, gentlemen.
So male and female, that population has been in Mississippi since it was established, correct?
Since the beginning of time.
Have we ever had a bill like this on the books?
I'm not aware of any other bill.
So the question has been asked and answered many times. So what's the purpose of this bill? And you gave your reasons.
And it's the preamble that's in the bill.
So now, with this bill, we are targeting a whole community of people, of Mississippians, of hard-working folks, taxpayers who have to pay our salaries. Are you okay with that?
I don't think this bill is targeting anybody individual. It's just defining what male and female is. Now, you may interpret this legislation as being targeting, but all we're doing is giving a definition of how the law will be applied.
I understand, but gentlemen, if there wasn't, just in my opinion, if there wasn't a group of people in this state that this bill applied to, in my honest opinion, it wouldn't be before this body. Something has happened that prompted the author to draft this bill, and you here presenting it. So clearly to me, it's clear to me, there's a group of people that this is intended for. So it's not just how I look at it, that's the reality. Would you agree?
Gentlemen, I will answer any of the questions on the bill. I'm just going to tell you that we're defining what a male and a female is, and I really appreciate what your questions and your line of questions, and I'll be glad to discuss issues with regard to the bill. But what we're trying to do right here is just provide some clarity within our statutory definitions of what that is. And
I understand.
And we may agree to disagree on it, and I appreciate all the questions that you're giving me.
Well,
but I'm going to only answer the questions that how this applies to the bill, and that's
Well, my friend, I think that everything I've asked so far applies to the bill. Just give me one more minute. So now, you mentioned earlier that we can vote the bill up or down, and if you get 6-3 votes, so by virtue of you having a supermajority in this body, you feel comfortable coming out with a piece of legislation such as this and just tell us, just vote up or down. So if you was in the minority, like we are, would you be standing here presenting this bill today?
If I was in the minority, I would not be presenting, I would not probably be chairman of Jud A.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We got one concrete answer today. Lady from Hines, Ms. Butler, Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the chairman yield?
Certainly, lady.
I have hopefully a simple question for you, which is in regards to the bill. Was there a particular organization or entity that reached out for this legislation to be drafted and amended per our codes, per what we're discussing today?
I'm not aware. I'm not the author of the legislation. The lady from Lowndes has drafted the bill, and then we just came out of committee and we brought it up. I'm not aware of somebody in particular that requested it be drafted.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I think you just lied.
Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, will you yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
To the bill. Definition. So what is in the bill? I think you said something about a mother and a father. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what definition do you have in there to define a mother?
The mother means a female parent of a child or children. A father means a male parent of a child or children.
And the father means a male parent
yes,
of the child.
Right.
So is this from birth? Is this from adoption? Is this from I'm married to this woman, I'm not married to this person?
It means what sex you were born with, gentlemen.
For a parent.
Right. We're just giving male or female definitions.
So you're telling me what sex I'm born with decides that I'm a parent? Is that what you're saying?
I think you're twisting that question around,
well, you
gentlemen.
just said that
now. No. You're twisting. We may give you an honorary attorney degree, but no, gentlemen. All we're doing right here is defining what that definition is.
So you defined the definition of a parent.
We're defining as a mother means a female parent of a child or children, and a father means a male parent of a child or children. I'm not defining what a parent is. We're just defining how that's applied within the gender.
Is that right?
That's right, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, now everybody has gotten up here and spoken about this bill. And I guarantee you most people up here already know what a mother is, a father is, a male or a female, and I feel sure you do too. Now, just like everybody has said, there's something, there always is something behind this bill. We don't know where it came from. You may not even know where it came from, but I suspect you do. Now, on the surface, it sounds good. The lady asked you, why is this bill called the Women's Bill of Rights? That's a good question. Why is this bill called the Women's Bill of Rights and not the people's rights? You're dealing with more than just women here. You're dealing with men. You're dealing with children. Now, to the bill, I think we all know what this is all about. And let me ask you this question. Do we have any federal laws that define a woman, a man, a boy, or girl? Are there any federal laws?
I'm not aware of any laws, gentlemen. I'm just here on state law for the great state of Mississippi and what we're going to do for the definitions of this going forward if this bill passes.
So if we get some legislation federally, would that supersede our state law?
Certainly, the federal law trumps state law in certain instances, and if that's the case, I think we have a provision in here in Section 4. It says if any part is held to be unconstitutional, then the applications would be in full force and effect. So if we have something that comes down federal law that would supersede this law, then the parts of the act that are unconstitutional would be held unconstitutional, and the remaining would be intact. So we have that in there, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, I give you a lot of credit when you get up here, because one thing that you do, you hold us all to stay on point. You're not going to get in the weeds. I give you credit for that because you're good at it. And I guess that's the reason why you're up here presenting this bill. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, gentlemen. You're a learned gentleman.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yeah.
Certainly.
Gentlemen, I really wasn't going to say nothing, but I have a question for you. Under this piece of legislation, what happens to people who have already expended an astronomical amount of money going through a transformation? What happens to them?
They would still be transformed, but under the laws of the state of Mississippi, you know, how those laws would apply and applicable, it would be back to what they were born with.
So, once a person has made this, so to me, on its face, it reeks of discriminatory actions, and here's why. We have a large number of people who have, for whatever choice or reason, have chosen to be born one way but act and feel another way, and have transitioned over there. So we're discriminated against them. The other piece of discrimination looks like it's discriminating against women because the actual title does not fit the meat of what you're trying to do. Now, it appears on its face that you're trying to promote some form of women's liberation in some form, but you're not doing that. So would you be open to an amendment to strip the Women's Bill of Rights out of the title?
Gentlemen, I would be opposed to it.
So it looks like you oppose to anything that possibly could help you pass this bill.
Gentlemen, I'm going to put
I'm
going to put you in the same category as the gentleman from Holmes. I got to be careful when the amendment that comes from the gentleman from Hines. You're such a learned gentleman. You've been in this body a long time. And what I don't want to do is put an amendment that would put this bill subject to some type of point of order, which would kill the bill. So that's the reason why I'd like to just sort of keep it clean and see as we go through. But you know, it's going to go to the Senate if it passes here, and so there will be subject to changes.
So, gentlemen, am I hearing some form of what's that? Fear? Am I smelling fear right now?
Oh no, no, sir,
allowing
gentlemen.
the process to go forward. So, gentlemen, would you not agree that you said the author of this bill was it a male or female author of this bill? I hadn't seen the
title. It's a lady from Lowndes.
Okay, so here's my concern. How many other women agree with what's being take place? Have you taken a poll or agree among your colleagues here in this body?
One thing I've learned about this body, you never take any assumption for granted. You never know how the votes are going to be. I know we hardly ever get any bill that's passed 122-0. We usually have at least 1 or 2 no's on everything that we do. So what we're doing is we're going to bring this bill out to the body, and the vote will dictate who approves and who disapproves.
So, gentlemen, let me ask you this last question, and I'll be done with this. Over the last few years, we have passed several pieces of legislation here aimed at one sector of people or another one, and we've always ended in federal court. Can you tell me what the price tag for all the bad legislation that we've passed that has sent us in the federal court? What is that price tag? Do you know?
Gentlemen, I do not know how much the state of Mississippi has done defending lawsuits. I know that there's lots of attorneys out there that love to sue the state of Mississippi.
So would you not agree with me that it's possible over 6 figures that we spent over frivolous pieces of legislation that end up in court? And this appears to be another one.
I can't agree with you, but I'm certainly there probably is a number to it, though.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark, for further questions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Would a gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Gentlemen, I was through asking questions, but when you spoke about a point of order, you made me think. I want you to go to line 57. Now let me ask you this first. What are we trying to accomplish with this?
On line 57?
No, the entire bill. What are we trying to fix?
Just defining the sexes.
Just defining the sexes. Now, line
And the subsections of 4.
Now, line 57 says, whenever the term girl or boy is used in a statute in reference to the participation of high school age individuals in school or extracurricular programs. So what are we doing is that anywhere in the code book that's dealing with high school students, when it refers to gender, then you're saying that this bill prevails?
Gentlemen, that section right there is sometimes when a boy or a girl, they turn 18 in school, and that was just saying that, you know, keeping that age like that. That's the only part of that statute right there that's applicable.
Does it look like to me an attempt to possibly to try to amend other code sections by reference, which you know is a violation of Rule 105 and the Constitution, Article 4, Section 60. Is that what we're trying to do?
Gentlemen, what we're trying to do is provide general, it's a new code section, it's a newly codified section, and we're given the definition.
But it specifically says that whenever it's used in statute, which infers to me anywhere else in the code book that we would go by these definitions.
Gentlemen, we can agree to disagree on your line of questioning, but I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Certainly.
This may be a contrived way of trying to get my point across, but is this small government or big government?
It's just a function of government, gentlemen.
No. Is this government weighing in on individual rights?
Every day that we come into this body, gentlemen, we bring up legislation that affects all Mississippians. And so, you know, that's why we're all elected by about 26,000 people, and we're coming here to do the best of our ability for our constituents. And certainly, different areas of this state think different ways. We have rural, we have city, and
Well, and I'm glad you said that, because what I'd like to submit to you is that since this week alone, we have been defining things as a body that actually has no basis to science as well. For example, we define what carbon neutral is without any science being attached to it. But if we're talking about small government, which I believe is something that you support, then why are we in the individual's life? Why are we defining what an individual would define for themselves?
Gentlemen, we're just glad to agree to disagree on that. I do like your tie, though.
I like yours.
Gentlemen from Oktibbeha, I know you represent great Mississippi State University, so I like the tie, but we're just going to have to agree to disagree, gentlemen.
That's not germane to the bill, gentlemen. But seriously, with the progression of the country, would you not think that this bill will be limiting, ostracizing, marginalizing, and impugning certain groups of people?
All legislation affects people differently. You and I may have to agree to disagree on certain things, but this bill is just to bring forward what those definitions are. You have your personal beliefs and opinions, and you represent your people well. You do a great job for them down here. I'm just going to have to agree to disagree and say that we're just trying to put something to give a definition, gentlemen. That's it.
Would you also agree that Mississippi is losing population?
I haven't seen the last numbers, gentlemen.
Would you agree that legislation like this would relegate us to a very archaic state?
I wouldn't. Gentlemen, I'm not going to go down questions that don't really apply to the bill. I'm willing to answer any questions with regard to the bill and how that's defined and all those terms go. You certainly have entitled to your opinion, which I respect tremendously.
Is there any punitive damages associated with this bill?
No, there's no punitive damages cause of anything. It's just, I think the gentleman from Hines was asking me, was there some type of penalty in there?
Well, gentlemen, I'd also submit that if we're going to be successful as a body, we need to stay out of people's individual headsets, mind frames, and things like that, and give people choice. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you for your questions.
Lady from Lowndes, Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, isn't it true that we have federal laws that prevent discrimination against certain women, certain types of people?
That would be true.
Isn't it true that Title IX of the Education Amendments prohibits recipients of federal funding from discriminating on the basis of sex?
That would be true.
Isn't it true that Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 also prohibits employers from discriminating because of sex?
Yes.
And doesn't the 14th Amendment forbid government from denying equal protection of the laws?
It does.
As it concerns sex? And isn't it true that sex and gender are two entirely different words and have different definitions?
Yes. Yes.
So gender is not a synonym for sex, correct?
Yes.
So wouldn't you say that sex is a scientific term that refers to either of the two categories of individuals, male or female, that occur in many species?
I have no reason to doubt it, lady.
And wouldn't you say that gender is a term borrowed from grammar that refers to cultural expectations regarding females and males, and that gender identity is a subjective term that refers to how a person perceives him or herself?
I have no reason to doubt what you're saying, lady.
So wouldn't you say that it would be important for us to define the word sex in our code in order to prevent sex discrimination? And as history has shown, most of that sex discrimination has occurred against the female sex, correct?
I have no reason to doubt what you're saying, lady.
And that, as we know, women are paid considerably less for the same job, with the same experience, with the same education, correct?
Lady, that's what we're here on the bill to do, is to define what the sexes are, and that's what this bill does: male, female, parent, child, male. That's what we're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Varner.
Gentlemen, do you yield?
I do.
Man, do you understand what Genesis 1, chapter 25, or actually 26 through 27 says?
Go ahead and repeat that for me.
Can I repeat that?
Yeah.
Then God said, "Let us make mankind in our image and our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move around the ground." So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God he created them. Male and female he created them. I yield. Back yield.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you yield?
Certainly.
So just to be clear, in our entire statute, there's no definition of male, female at all in it.
I'm not aware.
And I'm just a budding learned attorney.
What grant you learned attorney status, gentlemen?
I appreciate it. How many grants do we have for women in Mississippi?
I don't have that number, gentlemen.
I did a simple search, and I showed 75 different grants for entrepreneurs, for college, for small businesses, specifically for women. That's money that we appropriate here in this body for women, but we don't have a definition, correct?
Gentlemen, this is what the bill does. We've going through what we're doing here, and I think I've explained it. Male's going to be a male, female's going to be a female, and that's what we're doing.
Well, I just say, as a son and as a brother from women business owners, as a father of daughters, I appreciate this bill. I appreciate protecting women. So thank you for bringing this
forward.
You're welcome.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson. For further question, gentlemen,
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
you're recognized.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
All right, so looking at the title of this bill, Mississippi Women's Bill of Rights, there is a powerful group that walks through these halls every single day, and their group is women. This is an insult to those women that walk these halls because we are not addressing their concerns in this bill. We're talking about other things that they have never brought to us that said was a concern to them. Now, my question is, you stated that it's not discriminatory, but when we're talking about persons that are born with both, this is discriminatory because that's going to make them have to disclose. Correct?
Line 57 is where no, it's not. It's line 62. We did have that people that have the medically verifiable DSD diagnosis must be accommodated within state and federal law. So there would not be any discrimination or whatsoever based upon the medically verifiable condition.
So we have a child that's in school that has both. They would have to disclose this to the school personnel, correct?
Don't think so, gentlemen. I don't think so.
Another thing that the gentleman mentioned is this bill has absolutely no science behind it. So this basically says that whatever you're born with is what you are, correct?
Basically.
So will a person be able to self-certify their gender, or are we going to be looking up under people's clothes to figure out what they are?
Probably what's going to happen is the doctor at the delivery room, they're going to put that on the birth certificate, and
so I guess we just have to walk around our birth certificates in our pockets just in case for questions.
I don't think so, gentlemen. We got driver's license. We got other things. We're going to agree to disagree on this bill, but I do appreciate your question.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum, for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Gentlemen, we understand that our great colleague quoted the Bible in Genesis, right?
He did. And
also, what we understand is man and woman was created by God in the image of his likeness, correct? And this bill is about the Mississippi Women's Bill of Rights for the state of Mississippi, right?
That's how it's titled.
That's right. And we quoted the Bible. So we also can quote the Bible when it says in James, the widows, poor, and the orphans will be with us always. So we're going to make something that helps them out too. Widow, poor, and orphans.
Appreciate your question.
Okay.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell, for further questions.
Gentlemen, you yield. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen,
I certainly will. Yeah.
The gentleman prior to made a statement about the many multitude of grants and things of that nature that are provided by the state of Mississippi to women. And in those grants that he mentioned that are for women only, is there a prerequisite of showing your gender?
I'm not aware of anything on.
Those grants?
I'm not anywhere aware of anything about the grants.
Are they making you pull your pants down to determine whether you're a man or a female?
I couldn't discuss it. I really don't know the programs of the grants he was talking about.
My question is, do they make you verify if you are a male or a female when applying for these grants for women?
I don't know the answer to that, gentlemen. I'm assuming they would, but I would hate to be assuming.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Butler, Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly. I'm sorry.
That's okay. After we have had additional information being given to us, I am wondering, with the title being the Mississippi Women's Bill of Rights, are you open to accepting an amendment, since we're talking about Women's Bill of Rights and the author talked about equal pay? Are you willing to accept an amendment that adds that to this bill based on the short title that we have for it?
I'm not amenable to anything on the bill right now. I want to keep the bill clean as we move it through the process. But if you've got something that you want to come forward with and talk to me about, that maybe we can attach to another piece of legislation, then I will certainly entertain that. But I want to move this bill through clean today.
But I'd like to offer an amendment for it.
Well, lady, you're more than welcome to offer any amendment. But
all right. Don't see any further questions. Lady from Hines indicates she has an amendment. Lady from Hines will be recognized for her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually have two amendments, and this is the first one.
You're recognized for your first amendment. You want to explain it?
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that Madam Clerk read the amendment.
Madam Clerk, will you read the amendment?
Amendment number 1 by Summers, to amend after line 70 by inserting the following as subsection 5. No school, school district, or school administrator shall discriminate in any manner against any student by expelling by expelling or in any manner disciplining a student on the basis of any natural or protective hairstyle worn by the student.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The gentleman, the chairman that presented this bill, talked about how important this piece of legislation is for women and for girls. And the author of this bill, the lady from Lowndes, outlined the various pieces of federal legislation that talk about discrimination and what is protected. And I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen of the House, that with all that being said, that we want to, with this amendment, clarify and strengthen our anti-discrimination law to include hair. What this amendment would do is say that no school can discriminate against a student based on the way that they wear their hair. Now, you know that for women and girls, our hair is our crown. In fact, Scripture talks about our hair being our glory. And for women, particularly women of color, we cannot necessarily control our hair. Our hair grows the way that it wants to. I want to bring the chairman back up, actually, because I want you to take a look at his beautiful hair. Come on back up here, Chairman. Beautiful, beautiful hair. We love your hair, Mr. Chairman. And I want you to look around the room at all of your colleagues and take a look at how we all wear our hair. Some of us who have hair, some of us who don't, and I'm not saying anything, okay? We have a distinguished gentleman up there from Lowndes County, I believe, too, who also has beautiful hair. And what we want to do, thank you, gentlemen. But we also are aware that hair can be used as a way to discriminate against people. And so what we want to do is make sure that no student is denied an opportunity to an education. We want to keep our students in school because we know that that an education is key to their future success. And so this amendment would say that a school district or administrator cannot discriminate against a student based on their hair. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I will yield for any questions.
Chairman, wish to respond? Gentleman from Holmes is asked to speak on the amendment. You'll be recognized at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. I rise in support of the latest amendment. This actual bill, this bill was introduced this year from the gentleman from Coahoma, and it passed out of the Business and Commerce Committee. And then actually, I was the one handling the bill. It was some question, but it passed out of that committee with, as I recall, no dissenting vote, and it was sent to Judiciary A, in which it didn't come out. Now, she told you what her amendment is going to do, but let me tell you what her amendment will not do. And I've heard concerns. People say, well, will it prevent districts from preventing young males from wearing long hair? This in no way impedes a district from implementing a policy, if they have a policy, on length. This Crown Act would not prevent a school district from limiting the length of students' hair. Now, I've heard debate here today. I heard some debate about DNA and some religious debate. And we all have, as he said, DNA. And when we born, our DNA dictates certain things. And when God made me, and when I was born, my DNA allows my hair to grow a certain way. It's not straight. Right now, The reason I wear a beard is not because it's fashionable, it's because I'm an African American. When I shave too close, I get razor bumps. So I can't shave close. And for so long, ladies and gentlemen of the House, especially our African American women, have been forced to put these relaxers in their hair, to straighten their hair, to be able to, quote unquote, conform to society. And the problem with that, and if this is the protecting women's, the problem with that, there's scientific studies out there that link these relaxers that they put in their hair to breast cancer. So what this bill will simply do is not only allow a woman to wear her crown, but it also helps her as it relates to her health. It prevents her from being forced, young women in school, prevent them from being forced to maybe perm their hair and to put something on their body that can possibly cause cancer and other diseases. So this bill is no way impeding any policies of any school district that have requirements that deal with the length of young men's hair. It simply says natural hair, which how God made you, that you can go to school and you will not be forced to alter the way that God made you. So I encourage everybody to support the ladies' amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You recognized to respond, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing up here, the ladies talk so good about my hair, I hate to have to stand up here and oppose the amendment, because anytime someone talks good about my hair, I tend to agree with them. But in this instance, I would like to keep the bill clean. This is about moving forward with sex and how it's being defined. This is not about hair length. I don't want to get into different, the gentleman from Holmes made the statement that it's not going to affect our local school districts. We're going to have to agree to disagree on that, because we're going to leave that decision to our local school districts with regard to what type of policies and procedures they want to do with regard to hair. So I would ask the body to oppose the amendment.
The lady's asked to close on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation will remain as a clean piece of legislation with this amendment, because it's about who we are. It's about how we're born. And as the speaker, as the chair, the gentleman from Holmes talked about, this is the way that we're born, this is how our hair comes, we can't control it. It's a part of who we are, it's a part of our culture, it's a part of our ancestry, and all we're saying with this amendment is that no one should feel less than based on how they're born, which is what this bill is about. And so I would ask that you support the amendment.
All right. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to House Bill 1607. If you favor the lady's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 40 yeas, 77 nays, the amendment fails. Anything further on the bill? Lady indicates she has another amendment. You're recognized for your second amendment, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask, Mr. Speaker, that Madam Clerk read the amendment.
Madam Clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 2 by Summers, to amend after line 70 by inserting the following as subsection 5. 5. Women, mothers, females, and girls have a right to choose contraception designed for women for a female's body. Men, fathers, males, and boys have a right to choose and use contraception designed for a male's body. Amend title to conform.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This amendment says that a person has a right to contraception. That's all this amendment says. We've talked about gender, we've talked about how a woman is defined, a man is defined, a boy and a girl are defined. And what we're saying with this amendment is that if a woman would like to utilize a contraception, she has a right to do that. If a man would like to utilize contraception, he has a right to do that. And that's what this amendment would do. So I ask for your support of this amendment.
Don't see any questions. Does the chairman wish to respond?
I believe individuals in the state of Mississippi already have the right to use contraceptives if they want to use contraceptives or not to have contraceptives. I want to keep this bill clean. I don't want to attach anything to it that could create any issues as we move this bill through the process. Certainly everyone's entitled to their opinion, but to keep this bill clean and to move it over to the Senate, I would ask you to oppose the amendment.
Lady wish to close on her amendment?
And I would say, thank you, Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Chairman, just as we are supporting House Bill 1607 to put in statute who people are, we should also put in statute that we definitely have a right to contraception and that it is enshrined in our law. And so I would ask that you support it.
Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver, for what purpose?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of order.
This amendment is not germane to the bill, and I'll get that to you in writing.
Bring it forward.
Yes.
House will suspend business while the gentleman brings his point of order forward. While we take care of that point of order, gentleman from Holmes, for what purpose?
For the sake of time, Mr. Speaker, I also got a point of order that this bill amend by reference, and I just do that at this time.
You can place yours in writing as well. Okay, while we get those points of order, Chairman of Insurance has an item he would like to take up. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent for him to go to a couple of bills. We have some guests here, and he's asked for that. Gentlemen, state your request. Which items?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My request is that we skip down to item 21, House Bill 1489, and then after following that, House Bill 1629, which would be item number 22.
All right, is there objection to us going to these two items? I don't hear any. Before we start, gentleman from Tishomingo, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, please point your attention to the North Gallery. You have some folks here today that represent your communities. These are folks that take care of our families, take care of our children, take care of us when we're at home, take care of us when we're in Jackson. They're the paramedics, the Ambulance Alliance, and I'd like to call some of the names of the folks that are here. You'll probably recognize most of them. We have Pafford, we have AMR, we have, let me get to my MedServ, ASAP, MedStat, and AmeriPro. Would you mind standing, ladies and gentlemen? Let us make you feel welcome today.
All right, gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for coming today, and we appreciate the service that you give to our fine people of Mississippi, and we hope that the work that we have done on these two pieces of legislation will make your life easier and better and accommodate you in serving the people of Mississippi. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to the lady from Pearl River to explain the two bills.
You want to call the bill up, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. Call the bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls up House Bill 1489. He makes the usual motion. He moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, we do have a committee sub.
Gentleman moves for adoption of the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, sir.
Lady from Pearl River is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I served on a task force this fall for EMS, And EMS hasn't been reformed since its inception about 50 years ago. So we are glad to be here today at this point where we can help our citizens in this community, in our state. What this bill does is allow them to treat in place and get paid for it. Currently, when someone calls an ambulance, which has to come through 911, and they respond, they get a lot of calls for asthma attacks, diabetics, and different things. They have to use medications, treatments. They do things to save their life or to treat that patient there, and if the person isn't transported, they don't get paid for those services. So this bill will actually allow them to get paid for treating patients that they do not transport. This bill also allows them, which I will go into more detail on the next bill, but for a reimbursement rate of 325% of the Medicare rate. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Adams, you have a question on the bill? Get right to you. All right. Don't see any questions.
Move for final passage.
Lady moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1629 and make the usual motions.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill does the same thing with the 325% reimbursement rate, and our state is in a crisis with EMS. There's not enough medics and not enough ambulances to respond. The counties are having to supplement the cost, so this will take care of that and have more ambulances available when someone calls with a 911 response.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for final passage.
She moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. All right, gentleman from Adams for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, would you help me make welcome former Clerk of the House, Lisa Davis, and our guest Maximus from McLean, Virginia, in the South Gallery. Thank you.
All right, welcome, lady. All right, gentleman from Holmes has withdrawn his point of order, so we're simply dealing, he's withdrawn his point of order as to the bill. As to the gentleman from Montgomery's point of order to germaneness with the lady's amendment, Chair finds that the amendment is not germane to the original scope of the bill. Therefore, the point of order is well taken, and the amendment is no longer before us. I recognize the chairman to close on the bill.
Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 82 yeas, 30 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction, if I may.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like for you and the other members of the House to help me make welcome our former colleague and the present mayor of the great city of Water Valley, Mississippi, the Honorable Tommy Reynolds.
All right. Great American back there, great American. Good to have you, Mayor. Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you turn with me to the South Gallery among all the MTs up there, I'd like to recognize my very own from Bolivar County, Dr. John Paul Gates.
Welcome, gentlemen. All right. Lady from Hines, Miss Butler, Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to place 1607 on a motion to reconsider.
Yes, ma'am. Please notify the chairman and the vice chairman.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to hold a bill on motion to reconsider. That's on the laid on the table, subject to call House Bill number, that's number 1, House Bill number 1163.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Please notify the chairman. Thank you. All right. I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. I'll entertain the gentleman from Rankin's motion to recess.
I move that the House stand in recess until 1:30 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 1:30. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House stands in recess until 1:30.
The House would like to go to item 2, House Bill 1590 of the general calendar, call it up and make the usual motion. And Mr. Speaker, it is a committee sub.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman's further moved to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I move to lay that bill on the, lay it on the table, subject to call.
Gentleman's motion is to lay the bill on the table subject to call of the chair. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's laid on the table subject to call. All right, that brings us to public health. You want it to hold its place? Vice Chairman's asked for it to hold its place on the calendar. Skip it and hold its place. Is there objection to this? We will follow that procedure. Judd B. I don't see the chairman or vice chairman. State affairs. Yes, sir. We're down to item 5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to go to that item, number 5, House Bill 1487. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Sorry.
Did you move to adopt the committee sub?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
He moved to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the lady from Hines to explain the bill.
Lady from Hines is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1487 is the CCID boundary bill. This bill has some minor tweaks to the boundary lines. Most notably is it moves the northern boundary line to Old Canton Road, just north of the Kroger off of I-55, and east across Westbrook Road to the river. That is a brief explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady Yield?
Yes.
Does it have the reverse repeal in this one?
It will not, no.
Okay. Are we going to make that amendment for that?
I didn't hear you.
Can we make it a simple amendment for that?
We were going to do that on Monday, but there were problems with that, so it will go to the Senate as is now.
Okay.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Gentlelady Yield.
Yes.
How far does the boundary line goes toward Rankin County to Flowood?
So it goes to the river?
Yes.
Yes. So, I mean, that is the boundary line is the river essentially. And then beyond that, I think are you familiar with where Crane Ridge is in that area? There's some doctor's offices and things there. That's about as far east as it goes down Lakeland, as of this June.
Okay. And the reason for my question is I see some of our Capitol Police over in Rankin County, and I'm trying to make sure that we're not out of our jurisdiction.
They may just be traveling. I'm not sure. I mean, I see police officers from Starkville driving down the interstate or from wherever, all over the place. So they do not have any jurisdiction, Capitol Police, in Rankin County.
Okay. It may be to the point where we may want to talk to the chief to find out, because there are officers, and I've had officers sometimes to get out of our jurisdiction boundaries. And I would hate to see us out of our jurisdiction boundaries, and we shouldn't be there.
Sure. I mean, they are certainly allowed to drive beyond those boundaries, but they don't have jurisdiction to actually act beyond those boundaries. Have you seen anyone acting?
Well, I won't say that they were acting. They was actually over in the Rankin County area. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page and that boundary line is.
Sure. I'll make sure that they know their boundaries, but I'm sure that they do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Don't see any further questions, lady.
Final passage.
Lady moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. About 82 yeas, 29 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Next item, Mr. Speaker.
All right, you're recognized.
That item is number 6, House Bill 297. I'd like to call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the House Bill 297 is the companion bill to a bill that we passed last week concerning the general procurement sections. This one is related specifically to ITS. I can tell you, as the lady from Madison can also tell you, both of these bills have received a lot of attention from probably some of the biggest corporations and businesses, not just in the United States, but in the world. Including but not limited to Google and Apple. We're going to try to make our procurement laws and regulations a little bit more user-friendly. We need a little bit more time to finalize the language, but hopefully we're able to get to that point and get big companies like Google and Apple to do business in Mississippi, and eventually one day, who knows, maybe have them locate to the great state of Mississippi.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection, if we can go back to the motion to reconsider calendar, item number 9, which is the State Affairs Bill.
All right, you're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, we move to reconsider the vote by which it passed for the purpose of an amendment.
Gentleman's motion is to reconsider the vote by which it passed. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's back before us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I would like to move to reconsider the vote for which amendment number 2 passed.
Gentleman's motion is to reconsider the vote for purposes of an amendment. If you favor that, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's back before you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, amendment number 2 was the package stores were able to sell out online, and we met with the package store individuals and their representatives, and they do not want this language. It creates a problem for them. So I would like to remove that amendment number 2. The amendment number 2 we passed yesterday was to allow our local package stores to sell online. We met with the local package store representatives, and it creates a problem for them, and they would like us to remove this from the language. Yeah, and we have it does no damage to the bill. There's no objection from us. So, correct. Yeah, I vote to table the amendment. Thank you. Move to table. Excuse me.
Gentleman's motion.
We reconsidered the vote. Now we want to table the amendment number 2. Yes.
All right. Gentleman's motion is to table amendment 2, which we passed earlier before it was held on a motion to reconsider. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table amendment number 2, lady from Lincoln has a question on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure I understand. So we voted to let them do this online, and now we're going to, because some of them don't want to, we're going to remove that amendment.
They are afraid it's going to create a Commerce Clause problem.
A what?
A Commerce Clause. They're afraid the bill would not surpass being able to pass because of this amendment.
Okay, I understand it better. I just didn't understand.
Yeah, we did. We inserted this language just to help our locals. Turns out it creates more of a problem for them than with if we do this. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, gentlemen. I don't see anything further. Gentleman's motion is to table Amendment 2. If you favor that, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 is tabled. Anything further, gentlemen?
If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer any.
I don't see any.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, once again, the package store representatives have helped us through this, and we're kind of hoping on them to help us get this through the Senate. So if y'all can help, hold their feet to the fire, go for the vote. I'd be glad to answer any questions if anybody's got any.
Lady from Forest, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Just one question. So removing this amendment that we were trying to help our local package stores, we understand that there was maybe some federal conflict, commerce law, that's a problem. So removing this at the request of the folks that represent the liquor stores, they have committed, I'm assuming, to helping us get this bill through the process and into law because they are happy with the bill, right?
That's correct. That's what they've represented to me, yes.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Good work.
All right, don't see any further questions.
Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 90 yeas, 21 nays, the bill passes. We'll return to the general count. I'm sorry, gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, please help me make welcome today 3 young men that's made the long distance down to see us do some work. Mr. Trey Jones from Boonville, Mississippi, Mr. Lance Heavener, Mr. Jarrett Caldwell. On behalf of Representative Arnold and Representative Maddox, please help them make welcome.
Welcome, gentlemen. All right, we're down to item 7, I believe, on the general calendar. Education. He passes. He's requesting it. Drug policy. You recognize, gentleman from Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would like to skip over House Bill 728 and retain its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we'll follow that procedure. Public health, you recognize, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item 10, House Bill 1222, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a committee substitute.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from Lowndes to explain the bill.
Lady from Lowndes is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What HB 1222 does, it removes the requirement that physicians must directly supervise on-site the practice of laser hair removal. That is a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any, lady. You move final passage?
Yes, move for final passage.
She moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 76 yeas, 31 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With consent, I'd like to go back up to item 3, House Bill 1676, make the usual motion.
Is there objection? Don't hear any. Gentleman makes the usual motion. He calls that bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Rankin to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Rankin is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our intoxicating hemp bill. This is not the marijuana bill. The marijuana bill's been handled in the Senate, and something may come here later, but this is not it. So you may be aware that in your gas stations all across the state, in CBD stores across the state, that they have been selling intoxicating hemp. We are differentiating between the types of hemp. So hemp and marijuana come from the same plant, and things that are hemp are considered soap and rope and CBD and things like that, and things that were considered marijuana were those things that had more than 0.3% THC. So what has happened in our gas stations across the state, those who are selling these products have figured out an ingenious way to sell people something that gets them very high. And so we have a recreational drug problem in our state right now in our gas stations. And we had a little bust in Rankin County back in December. Not a bust, but we had undercover folks go into our gas stations and buy a number of these products and had them tested at medical cannabis facilities. And it was determined that they were way too high for pesticides. They were way too high, even 30 to 40 times greater the amount of THC than they were supposed to have. And all of this is being sold right under our noses to children. Have principals telling me that kids are buying these things and vaping them all day at school. And so I said, well, we need to do something about this. And so I have a bill that will handle this intoxicating hemp problem. These products were made legal by the 2018 Farm Bill in a loophole that was not intended to be such, and in my view was not intended to be such. And so THCA, another synthetic cannabinoid that they have figured out how to make, deteriorates into THC once it sits on the shelf for a little while, or once a heating element is added to it when you smoke it or vape it. And it turns into just regular Delta-9 THC. And so what I'm proposing today is to move these products from the gas stations and move these products from the CBD stores and to put them in the medical cannabis dispensaries where you have to have an expensive license to sell these products. You require these products to be tested so that we know what's in them. We put a 21 and up age requirement on it, and we have the Department of Health schedule it and regulate it the way that they do the medical cannabis program. So anyone who's 21 or over would not have to have a card to get these products, but they would have to go to a medical cannabis dispensary to get the product. They have a part of their dispensary they could sell these products, and then they have another part of the dispensary where if you had a medical cannabis card, you could go back in there and you could get those products. So that's my short explanation of the bill. There's also a 3% tax on these intoxicating hemp products. Happy to yield for questions.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
I do.
Gentlemen, you are one of my favorite representatives in this body.
I am
don't
so
want anybody
honored
to be offended
and
by
flattered.
that. It's true.
But,
it is so true.
but,
And because you are one of my good friends, I just have a few friendly questions.
I love friendly questions.
Now, I had a hemp retailer that is in my district call me about this bill, and he had some heartburn around it, so I just want to express some of these concerns and see if we can talk our way through it.
That's
okay?
because people who sell drugs that get people high make a lot of money, and he's about to not be able to unless he buys a license to do so.
Well, there is some concern. There is some concern that if this bill passes, it is going to put minority business owners out of business because of the level of regulation that we have around marijuana. Marijuana and hemp are not the same thing. right? And there's some people.
And what they're selling is not hemp.
And some people who are consumers of hemp prefer hemp because THC is so strong that their body won't take the marijuana. So they prefer hemp because it has less strength than THC does.
Let me say this, ladies. Section 6, line 306 of the bill, there is no violation to anybody to sell consumable hemp products as long as they contain less than 0.3% THC. So the CBD stores, the gas stations, they can all sell regular CBD that doesn't make you high. They just can't sell the stuff that makes you high if this bill were to pass.
Okay, and
so they can still get their
business
CBD.
I'm sorry.
They can still get their CBD.
But if this bill passes, it would require hemp stores, not gas stations, but hemp stores to get a license, get their product tested, which costs thousands and thousands of dollars.
I wouldn't say it costs thousands and thousands of dollars. They're making tens of thousands of dollars, and there's a cost of doing business, and one of those would be getting a license, and one of those would be getting it tested. But they're making lots and lots of money.
And you would agree, gentlemen, that small businesses are the cornerstone to our state economy.
I would agree with that.
And we should try to support our small entrepreneurs as much as possible.
And I do support small business. Yes, I do.
So with that being said, I think we may need to take another look at this legislation and see how we can be sure that we protect those entrepreneurs.
I think we need to protect the public and protect the consumer from buying products that have way too much pesticide in it, and buying products that don't have truth in labeling. When you think that you're buying something that has a certain potency to it and it's 30 to 40 times what it's advertised to be, and everyone knows what it is, but it doesn't say that on the label, it's being illegally sold at this point.
I agree with you, gentlemen, that we should protect our consumers, which is why we should not have passed that biomass bill yesterday, but I know that's not germane to this conversation. What I'll say is that there are no minors that are going into hemp stores and buying hemp. I don't know about gas stations.
Right. Well, we're trying to stop that.
But adults have the ability to make a decision on whether or not they want to buy alcohol online or not.
And I'm not trying to stop that. Adults 21 and up can go buy these products in the cannabis store after they've been tested and after it truly says what they are. And if they have less than 0.3% THC, they can be sold in the front. If not, they're going to have to be sold back where you have to get a card, which is the law already. So,
but this is not law yet.
Right now, yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman,
Yes, sir.
We had a very verbose conversation about this in committee, and did you not represent to the committee that your intent was to pull these particular items out of convenience stores?
Out of convenience stores and out of CBD vape shops.
Okay.
Moving everything into the medical cannabis dispensary.
Let me finish my question.
Well, that's exactly what I conveyed to you in our very verbose conversation, which was mostly you.
When we began to talk about this, there was concerns about the number of CBD stores that were in the state that already had made large investments in their stores, and you talked about them having to get tested and get a license and all of that. So what is the cost of the testing and the cost of the license?
The testing, the Department of Health would set all that up the way that the medical testing is set up now for medical cannabis. Those products would have to be tested. There would be a certain batch size where they had to test 10% of a certain batch size and to get a general idea of what that was. And I don't know the exact amount of the testing.
So currently is the Department of Health not testing the THC in the medical marijuana stores now?
They certainly are.
So
the medical cannabis testers are testing those products, and the Department of Health is regulating those testers.
So what are they charging the individuals of the state to do those tests? What is the cost of that?
I don't know the exact cost to it.
So
the cost of doing business, it's a cost to ensure that the product is pure and is not tainted with pesticides and insecticides and
So
to make
are
sure
you-
that it's what they say it is. It's got to be under a certain amount THC, only 30% on flour, 60% on concentrates. We're talking about hemp here.
So,
All it has to do is be
uh,
less than 0.3 THC. That's all it has to be, plus not have any pesticides in it. They can't even do that right now.
So again, I'm gonna try this one more time.
Come on.
You are putting an unfunded mandate on small businesses to have products tested, and you have no idea what the cost of the testing is. Is that what you representing to
What
the
I'm
body?
representing to you is that we have some business in our state that are selling illegal products that
That's not
aren't
what I-
tested.
That's not what I asked you. Would you answer the question I asked you? I'm not trying to
Yeah.
get into a diatribe about something
Yeah.
else. I asked you a very simple question.
I have
asked you,
answered
were
all
you
the
putting-
questions I'm going to answer from you
Okay. Oh.
today.
So are you yielding the floor? Are you yielding the floor?
I'm not taking any more questions from you.
Then you yielding the floor, because I'm not stopped talking. So you
All
make
right.
up your mind. Either
All right.
you
I move
answer
final,
the questions
I move
or
final
you yield the
passage,
floor.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
I think that
I've yielded the floor.
I'm sorry, I missed that part.
I move final passage.
Gentleman refused to yield. You move. You're recognized.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker. Since the gentleman yield the floor, just a parliamentary inquiry, why is this a 3/5 vote? Is there a tax in it, or we taxing the
There's a
citizens of the state of
3% tax.
Mississippi?
I explained that there was a 3% tax
so
in it
it's a
when I
tax
was
in it.
during my explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, you move final passage. Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 77 yeas, 38 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to return to our normal spot on the calendar, item number 11, House Bill 1100. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Rankin to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Rankin is recognized to explain the bill.
This is a bill that helps to give parents control over their children's medical treatment, House Bill 1100, and I have an amendment.
You're recognized. Explain your amendment.
This is an amendment that helps with the line of custody when determining medical treatment for a minor child. And the bill says, by inserting the following language at the end of line 30, if a parent with joint or separate legal custody of the minor, a guardian of the minor, or the minor's surrogate has not consented or denied consent within 7 days after the first attempt by the health care provider or health care institution to contact the parent, guardian, or surrogate at the last known telephone number or their telephone number provided by the minor or the minor's custodian, if there's no known telephone number, 21 days after a mailing a request for consent to the parent's, guardian's, or surrogate's last known address or their address provided by the minor or minor's custodian, which attempt shall be evidenced by verified documentation, and any one of the following persons who are reasonably available in descending order of priority is authorized and empowered to consent on behalf of the minor's custodian, the minor's adult brother or sister, or the minor's grandparent. And so that is the explanation of the amendment.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum, for a question.
Introduction out of order when it's time.
Hold on 1 second, gentlemen. I don't see any. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin, for a question. You're recognized.
Gentlemen, you yield?
I do.
We passed a bill sometime or other from Judd B. that the gentleman from Pearl River presented. What is the difference in that bill and this bill?
I don't remember what that bill was, but what this bill does, and I mean, do you have a question on the amendment?
On the bill.
Well, I mean, we're on the amendment.
Excuse me.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen. You move
Adoption of the amendment.
I'm sorry, lady from Lincoln, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, I am so sorry, but I didn't hear the amendment. Could you tell me what it is? I apologize profusely.
Right now, there's too many loopholes for non-parental medical consent for unemancipated minors, and this tightens it up, basically saying that the order of priority is the minor's custodian, the minor's adult brother or sister, or the minor's grandparent after the parent.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep.
All right. Don't see anyone else seeking recognition, gentlemen.
Move adoption of the amendment.
Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
I'm happy to yield to the gentleman.
Gentleman from Jones for a question.
Now, can you tell me what the purpose of this bill is?
So the purpose is to tighten up the language on who can actually consent for treatment for an unemancipated minor. Can the hospital treat children without the parents' consent? And there are a number of exceptions in this bill where they can, and in the law that doesn't change that. Like, for instance, right now, current Mississippi law allows your child under 18 to participate in medical research without your parental notice or consent. It requires parental consent as a general rule for any treatment, but there are also statutory exceptions for emergencies, for judicial consent, for infectious disease testing, treatment to protect healthcare workers, blood bank exception, inmates lacking capacity, children in CPS custody, baby drop-off law exception, persons committed for mental health reasons. So, this kind of just tightens it up and says who can actually speak for that child. In the law now, it doesn't define custodian. So a custodian, an AG opinion has interpreted custodian to mean anyone who has physical control of the child. This means legal custody is not currently required for someone to give consent for their treatment.
Two very simple questions then.
All right.
If a 16-year-old comes into the clinic with a runny nose and sore throat, do they have to have parents with them to sign?
Yes.
If the 16-year-old comes in and she wants to start birth control, do they have to have parents' permission?
So it says in the law right now that they have to have, it's my understanding that this would allow them to contact, there's a process for contacting one of these persons, and right now they don't have that process. But right now they can give those products to the child, and this would say you have to go through a process for 7 days of trying to figure out who what the line of control is. Parents, brother, sister, minor's custodian, grandparent, and it tightens up the language on all that.
Thank you.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
I do.
Just to follow up on the gentleman from Jones's question, I want to be clear. Now, in Section 4, it says that contraceptive supplies and information may not be furnished by physicians to any minor with the protocol that you are proposing to put in place, right?
Well, with the exception for the provisions in Section 4141.3.
Well, the exceptions are all of this other stuff, but the meat of the bill is that a healthcare provider like the gentleman from Jones would be precluded from providing really any kind of medical service to a 16-year-old individual, male or female for that matter, without parental consent, right?
But there are exceptions for emergencies. There are exceptions for all of those things that I've already listed.
I
for
understand
for
that.
giving blood, for on and on.
Okay, and I guess the only reason I'm asking you this is because in subsection E on line 42, it talks about as an, I'm assuming that they can, shall not be required to test for infectious disease. That's in the exception, right?
Where are you looking?
Line 42.
42?
That's in the exception, right?
in relation to physicians or hospitals' authorization to test for or diagnose infectious disease as provided for in section 414116.
That's in the exception.
Right.
Huh? But then in section 5, gentlemen, I tell you, in section 5 it says that a physician or a nurse practitioner, now we can't give them birth control, but the law says that without parental consent, we can treat them for venereal disease. I guess, we're trying to make it make sense, and I understand what it is that you're trying to do, but would you not agree, gentlemen, that at 16 years old, that there are some things that a young man or a young woman should have the privacy to discuss with their doctor or their health care provider and not have to go to the parent? It doesn't mean that the health care provider has to do it, but at least the health care provider would have the option if we don't pass this law, right?
I'm totally against any healthcare organization or school or anyone coming between the relationship of a parent and a child. And so any decisions for that child should be made by the parent. That's what this bill says.
Okay, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on. All right, I don't see anything further, gentlemen.
I move final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 84 yeas, 26 nays, the bill passes. Chairman of Insurance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 12, House Bill 1408, and call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, we have a committee substitute.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Prentice to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Prentice is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is one of our consumer protection bills. Most of you know that we have tornadoes and hurricanes in our state on many occasions. A lot of times people run out there and they try to get people to sign a contract with them, fix their roof in the middle of distress, and sometimes that brings about some confusion and an opportunity for fraud. This bill basically, 1408, this bill amends section 75-24-305 to revise the definition of the term roof system under the Insurance Benefit Roofing Repair Consumer Protection Act. It amends section 75-24-307 to increase the required cancellation period of the roof system repair contract from 3 days to 5 days, and to prohibit a residential roofing contractor from requiring a payment until after the expiration date of the cancellation period. It also prohibits a residential roofing contractor from representing a property owner on insurance claims and from receiving payment from an attorney for claim referrals. It prescribes certain requirements as a post-loss assignment by an insured to a residential roofing contractor. And then again, it brings everything it confirms everything and brings everything in compliance with 75-24-311. That is the explanation of the bill. If there's no questions, I move final passage.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 108 yeas, 9 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Chairman Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to move to item 13, House Bill 1603, and call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to recognize the Vice Chair, Lady from Hines.
Lady from Hines is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quick question. We had a committee amendment. Do I need to move to table that if we do not want to adopt it? All right, let's do that first then. Move to table the committee amendment, please.
Ladies' motion is to table the committee amendment. If you favor that, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
All right, House Bill 1603 is pretty straightforward. It simply allows that the records and proceedings of an organ procurement organization that creates a peer review committee are to remain confidential. The purpose of this is obviously to make sure that the identity of a person who's an organ donor or organ recipient remains confidential even if they are mentioned or revealed during a peer review committee investigation. And that is an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, will Lady yield?
Yes.
I was just curious, has there been an incident or we've had some occurrences where there's been a problem?
So I've been told that in some other states that do not have peer committee review protections for these organ donation nonprofits, that yes, there have been some instances where the identity of these individuals have been turned over in litigation and things like that, and they would just like to protect the identity of the people who are giving and receiving organs.
So we haven't had that happen here, but we anticipate it could happen.
We anticipate that it could happen, and that's why we're setting this up like this,
All right,
yes.
thank you.
Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Thank you. And so, piggybacking on the question that was just asked and taking your answer, would it not be easier to still allow this information to become and equitable and fair? Would it not be easier to let this information still be discoverable and just require that any information in those peer review articles that would reveal the identity just be redacted?
So typically speaking, in how other states have done this, these peer review committees ask that their documentation remain confidential because it promotes the whole idea of the process. You want the participants to be honest with what they perceived happened. You want the doctors to be honest with what happened. And if there's a problem, you want that to be able to be addressed confidentially. And they found that when those records are confidential, that they have a better peer review process.
Would it not be confidential if it were required that the identities be redacted?
So that goes specifically to the identity, the name of the person, but not necessarily to a situation that the peer review committee is looking into. So this would encompass the entire investigation as well as the identity. Does that make sense?
Yes, I do, but it was my understanding from the answer that you just gave that this was that this bill is necessary because people don't want their identities revealed.
That is the primary purpose of the bill, yes. But again, when I answered your initial question, the reason for this is that most every state, with the exception of Mississippi, includes these peer review organ donation committees within their peer review protections. Mississippi is one of the few states that does not, and so they're asking to come under that same umbrella so that their peer review process can be confidential so that it can be beneficial to everyone that's participating in it.
Okay, so it would benefit it would advance, I guess, the science and whatever else that they're doing with the peer review articles and whatever
yes.
Purpose they're trying to advance.
Yes.
Understood. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Don't see any further questions, lady.
Final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Lady from DeSoto, Ms. McRae.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized, lady.
On the North Gallery, I have a group of people from my district, Horn Lake, Mississippi, the Mayor's Youth Council, accompanied by A.J. Linville, Horn Lake's Director of Human Resources, Alderman Young, Mrs. Tamala Jones. Is Alderman Dupree up there? Him and his wife, Heather. Let's make them welcome.
Welcome to you all. Good to have you here at the Capitol today. Chairman Judde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move to item 14, House Bill 1315, call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd also like to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the next two bills are sort of companion bills. In our youth court system, we have something called My Kids, and that's what the chancellors, the youth court judges, and the attorneys log into. Last year, I filed a bill to put all of that on MEC, which is the electronic court systems, and the AOC came to me and said, look, we're going to try to make some corrections to My Kids and see if we let the bill die on the calendar. Well, they have not made any changes to My Kids. Many of the attorneys are having a hard time logging into them, and it's just not a very user-friendly system. There are no changes that are being made to the code sections of the My Kids in front of this body. There's also a reverse repealer in there. What I did add is the AOC had another bill, and so I added it on there in the Administrative Office of Courts. So basically, I've been in touch with the Chief Justice, I've been in touch with AOC, and we're going to try to see if we can make some changes and do some corrections to My Kids. So there's no changes in the code sections. I'm just bringing them forward for purposes of possible amendment later on. But on line 703, the Administrative Office of Courts also wanted to have some say in the judges, court administrators that are hired. Apparently there were some issues that happened up in another part of the state. And so basically it just says that they're going to, AOC on line 703, they get to have a say to determine whether the court administrator is meeting the minimum qualifications. They also, on line 728, the salary of this court administrator is to be submitted to AOC for approval. And then on line 781, it says that support staff must also be approved by the Administrative Office of Courts. And that's an explanation of the bill. It's two parts. One part's the My Kids, since AOC does My Kids, and the other part is something they requested with regard to the staff and the salary. So if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them at this time.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Gentlemen, we're not trashing My Kids, are we?
No, I'm just bringing the code sections forward right now. The next bill I have is going to be a request for public proposals. I'm meeting with AOC right now, and we're going to talk about how we can make this more user-friendly, because we have attorneys that cannot log into it. They can't get their orders. There are some issues that are being had with My Kids, and I'm hoping that I'm keeping the code sections alive where we can try to address it.
Because one benefit of My Kids is the judge, the youth court counselor can go in there and they can do automated document generation for summons, for complaints, for petitions. And as gentlemen well know, MEC is only a depository for a filed document. So I agree there's problems with it, but there's great benefit that helps streamline the youth court process to be more efficient.
And I don't think MEC is appropriate, but what we're going to do is, if we decide to find another system to use, it would be something like My Kids. I just want to make sure we get it addressed, because if you'll talk to any of your attorneys that do youth court or any of your prosecutors, I think everybody across this state will admit that they've been having problems with My Kids, and so this is just an opportunity to try to bring their attention to it and see if we can get it fixed or replaced.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Item 15, House Bill 1316. I'd like to call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'd like to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill has a reverse repealer in it. What I did is I wanted to if we decide to change from My Kids, that we have a vehicle for a for a request for proposals on this. I just basically want to keep this alive through the process. AOC had another request, and at line 1078, we have the court interpreter statute, and so what I did is I added AOC's bill into this bill. That way we can keep all of this working through the process throughout the year. And so basically what we have a list of interpreters, and that have to be certified by the state. And what we do, if you're not on that list, it's hard to get someone to come to court. And so what we did is on line 1078, we just added the word participant, so there would be an interpreter already for a party or a witness, but any other participant in the hearing that could not speak English, we would have them. There was several little technical changes. We added some language at 1174 in the oath that the interpreter would have to take in front of the court. It just applies some standards and ethical standards that are required for interpreters across the nation. 1199, we just sort of said the court can get any witness or participant an interpreter based in the court's discretion. We also provided something on line 1222 which allows the participant to waive the right to have an interpreter, but the court has to go through about 5 or 6 steps and make some specific findings on the record. There's also something called a non-certified interpreter, and basically we added some ethical standards that if the court finds a non-certified interpreter would be there, that they would still have to have those ethical requirements. And then also we just added some languages in there that witnesses could be not only for criminal actions but civil actions as well. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, Mr. Chairman.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 120 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Item 16, House Bill 1542. I'd like to call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
I'd like to recognize the lady from Lowndes to handle the bill.
Lady from Lowndes is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1542 has passed this chamber twice in the last 2 years, and what this does, it allows for the purposes of intestate succession and heirship rights that a child that is conceived through assisted reproduction after the death of the decedent is deemed to be living at the time of death of the decedent. This is important for children that have been conceived after, say, the death of their parent, and they are going through intestate proceeding or trying to receive Social Security benefits, survivor benefits. We also have several safeguards within the bill. There's a time frame in which the mother has to avail herself of assisted reproduction. There's also a notice requirement to the personal representative of the estate, and the decedent must have in writing his permission in order to allow, his or her permission in order to allow the use of this genetic material. I yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady Yield.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Couple of questions. A child conceived under this bill would necessarily have been conceived in an IVF situation, right? In vitro fertilization.
Would not or would be?
Would have to have been.
Or some similar type of assisted reproduction technology.
Unless it was Mary. Unless it was Mary.
Unless it was married.
Mary and Joseph.
Oh, Mary. Madonna. Mary,
So,
Madonna.
yeah.
Yes, that
The Madonna
Mary.
Mary, exactly.
Yes, okay.
We've had some discussions, perhaps in here and perhaps in the press, about IVF. This situation could never come up unless IVF existed, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or some other type of assisted reproduction.
That we don't know about yet, other than immaculate conception.
Right.
Okay. If you said there was a time frame for the woman to avail herself of the pregnancy, what is that time frame?
It's 36 months after the decedent's death. So within 36 months, the child will have to have been born within 45 months of the decedent's death.
Okay. Would that not necessarily require all estate closings not to happen within 36 months?
That could possibly be the case, that other heirs may have to wait if this is in place, which will probably be a very small number.
Okay. That's what I call an unintended consequence, but in fact, that could be a consequence.
Yes, sir, it could.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you, lady, and I appreciate your continued work on this bill. Just for clarity for the body, this is not a new thing, isn't that correct?
This is not.
This type of legislation, it's not unique to just what you're doing here. Other states have passed it.
Oh, no. Many states have passed this legislation. Many times our laws don't keep up with science or technology, and this is one case where who would have thought that you could actually conceive a child after the death of one parent? And in this case, you can, and it only makes sense that this child should also be considered an heir of the decedent.
And those heirship determinations are important more than just a state practice, isn't that correct?
Yes.
So this is particularly important in situations when it comes to Social Security survivors benefits, isn't that right?
Yes.
So Social Security recognizes the laws of each individual state. That's their rule, isn't that correct?
You're right. Even though Social Security is a federal issue, the government looks to the state law to determine who an heir is.
So in Massachusetts, which has this law, Social Security survivor benefits are allowed to be paid to the children of these decedents, isn't that correct?
Yes.
But in our state, we have survivors of these decedents who are not receiving the same benefits, isn't that correct?
That's right. I currently have a constituent with a 5-year-old little girl who has not been able to receive Social Security survivor benefits under our current state law.
Thank you, lady. I appreciate your work again.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions on the bill, lady.
Final passage, please.
Lady moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. My esteemed colleagues in the back, we have a former senator, but the mayor of the greatest city in the state of Mississippi, Mayor Billy Hughes, in the back. Make him feel welcome, everybody.
Welcome, Mayor. Good to have you with us. Here comes another powerful mayor toward the back. Just saying. Gentleman from Choctaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 17, House Bill 349. I'd like to call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
This is coming to the body. This is a bill called the Squatter Bill. Have you seen some of these trucks that have been going down the road where the front end of it is leaned up like that? It's created a very dangerous situation, not only for other drivers that are going down the road, but also for other citizens. I think that we've had an incident where a child was run over with one of these trucks, and so basically there's two sections of the bill. One of them, it deals with cars under Section 1, subparagraph 1. It says if anything is elevated or lowered more than 6 inches by modification to the physical structure of the vehicle, should be a fine no less than $25 or a fine no more than $50. Section 2 applies to trucks, and it says, and it measures the height of the front fenders raised or lowered 4 or more inches greater than the height of the rear fender. And this applies to the pickup truck. And the first offense is $100, second offense is $200, third offense is $300, and that's an explanation.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Gentlemen, I'm trying to understand that we live in the state of Mississippi. Everybody drives a truck. 2/3 of them are lifted. But you're saying if the front is lifted more than the back, you're going to be fine. So if they lift it equally, they're okay.
Squatted.
What?
If it's squatted.
So can you tell me the nature of the origin of why you distinguish a squatted vehicle from a lifted vehicle?
The difference between a lifted and a squatted vehicle, a squatted vehicle is
Except
like that.
Except the lifted vehicles are driven by white men and the squatted vehicles are driven by black men. Is that what you're doing? No, I mean, just tell me. You can just let us know and we'll be okay with that.
You're an attorney, you're a learned attorney, and you know that if it's lifted high, you still got a direct line of sight. If it's lifted like that or lifted like that, you can't see through the line of sight on the vehicle, and that's the purpose of the bill.
So you're trying to protect the vehicle owner. You're not trying to discriminate.
I'm trying to protect the other citizens that are going down the road that have been hit by a vehicle of this nature or trying. It's a public safety issue, gentlemen.
Do you have any
It's nothing more, nothing
statistics
less.
on how many vehicles, how that has happened?
Gentlemen, it's just a public safety issue.
Look, I have a lifted vehicle. Let me ask you this. I mean, if I'm higher than the other vehicle, I have a couple of trucks that are lifted because, you're going in the woods and mud, those kind of things. But on the highway, it is sometimes harder to see in a lifted vehicle than it is in a vehicle that's level to the road. So if we're going to do them on vehicles, why are we making a distinction? All of the modified vehicles arguably tell me, you think a lifted vehicle is less obstructed than a squatted vehicle?
Gentlemen, I'm saying that the purposes of this bill and how it was drafted and for this body is if it's up or down like that and it impinges the line of sight.
I just asked the question to be rhetorical. You've answered it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your question.
Gentlemen, it reminds me of the time, gentleman from Adams, that you explained to us what gauging was. You remember that? You remember that?
I do.
He's going to come tell you what squatted is in a minute.
Yeah, because it's new to me, except that I recognize we were
I got you. I got you. He's going to do it. All right, gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I may have missed this, asking this question in committee. Tell me, how will this affect a vehicle that was going to a car show? A lot of times we have different car shows being put on, traveling to different areas. So how would that affect it?
Well, it would be subject to a fine, and that's what we're doing. It gives an opportunity for law enforcement or someone that sees a vehicle that's not in compliance that they would give them a fine. Okay, it's not reporting anything where the vehicle would be impounded, but what it's trying to do is to at least get it into a modification that would have public safety. You're welcome.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Certainly.
One thing of interest I've always wondered about, people getting out there altering the suspension on their vehicles and all, and maybe they got insurance from State Farm or something. If they had an accident and that frame suspension had been altered to a degree, the insurance really wouldn't be responsible for paying for it, would it?
It's likely they would raise that as an issue.
But these squatters you're talking about look like a coon hunting coming down the road at nighttime, got LED lights up in the front end. They will put you in a blind spot, won't they?
If you say so, gentlemen.
Absolutely.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentlemen, if you would yield for me, please, for a few questions. Who requested this legislation, please?
The gentleman from Rankin requested the legislation, and it came to the committee. I think we have about 3 co-authors on the bill.
But what law enforcement asked for this?
I couldn't answer that, gentlemen. The bill came to the committee, and the authors came to me and discussed some issues that they'd had in their district with regard to some of these types of vehicles, and so we brought it out. The fines are not too, I mean, it just gives law enforcement an opportunity to be able to do something
Gentlemen, our
with them.
sheriffs and highway patrol and police department have to enforce this, and I just thought maybe there was a discussion at some point with them about enforcing this legislation.
I've not had any of those discussions, gentlemen, with them.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, another question is, how many other states have this legislation?
I don't know, gentlemen.
You don't know if anyone has this.
I
So
don't.
no one could have this.
It's possible.
It's possible no one else could have it. And gentlemen, my next area of questioning would be, and the last question I think shall be, when these vehicles come from out of state, Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, Maine, or whatever state, and they cross the state line in Mississippi, they would be subject to this law, wouldn't they?
They would be, yes.
And they wouldn't have had any prior notice that don't come to Mississippi driving their vehicle, would they?
They wouldn't, no.
Do you think that would be a problem for them?
It's going to be for the person who has the squatted vehicle.
Okay, I just wanted to just clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, I understand your intent, but what about the working folks of Mississippi who might be hauling or carrying products for a work job, particularly construction workers? I know that you've passed, matter of fact, when we were on the Natchez Trace, it was a vehicle that was hauling some stuff. I don't know if you remember, but they were kind of squatting. So who makes that determination?
And I think it has to be a physical modification. I think if you're worried about someone that's got a trailer hooked up behind their truck and it's got the truck pushed down like that, first of all, I don't think it's going to push it down far enough for what's in the statute would qualify. But I think in the statute says which has been elevated or lowered, and it would be for a physical modification of it. So,
But gentlemen, this legislation is going to be based off the judgment of, I guess, law enforcement.
and be honest with you, the statute says by alteration of the suspension, a normal truck within normal usage would not be subject to this statute right here. It would have to be a physical alteration specifically done to do that.
But can this legislation be used to pull a vehicle over if it's so-called, quote, squatting?
Yes, it could.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Leek, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
Would you agree that there's some vehicles already on out there that's modified like this?
I think it is, yes, sir.
So if the vehicle's already modified and it might be somebody's only vehicle that they have, what are we going to do? What are they going to do with their vehicle now, since this is a law, if it passed?
Well, it's not going to go into effect, this body, through July 1st, so they'll have plenty of opportunity to that. They can continue to drive the automobile and get the fine, $25 or $50 or $100 or $200, or they can fix the automobile. That would be their options.
What if they have no other choice? That's the only vehicle they got.
Then they just need to get the vehicle into, they would have to get the vehicle into compliance. And it's no different than, if you have a busted windshield on your automobile, you're still going to be subject to not having improper equipment until you get it fixed. And it's nothing different with regard to that.
I mean, that's easy for you to say because you're up here producing bill, is what I'm saying. This person that's outside, just say you in their situation, would you want to modify yours?
Gentlemen, I'm up here to present the bill. The bill says, I could see the position that you're making. I can also see the position of the person that's driving down the road beside that vehicle. I can also see the individuals from a liability standpoint. I can see it from an insurance standpoint, and we can go back and forth. I understand what you're trying to say, but we as a body make decisions with regard to what we're going to allow to go up and down the road, and this is one of them.
And then I got another question. You
Yes,
made
sir.
a statement earlier that an accident was caused by one of these squatted vehicles, right?
That's my understanding.
That's what I'm going to ask you. How do we really know that that accident was caused by the squatted vehicle?
Well, that's what I have been told, and I think it's pretty obvious from that.
We don't need to be stating facts like that until we got supporting information. I would.
Thank you for your question. I appreciate it.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Always for the learned attorney.
Good. I think I only have one question. What about the places that that perform these modifications to these vehicles, is there anything in the bill that's going to fine them?
Nothing in there for them.
You think that's fair?
Well, if you want to, well, there's nothing in here in the bill that the person that makes the modification. I think anybody can modify anything how they want to. If they want to drive down the road and get the fine, then they can drive down the road and get the fine. But we're not doing anything with regard to modification, because you could still modify it and take it to where you wanted to a car show on a trailer. So,
You think this bill helps or hurts business here in Mississippi?
I think this bill right here is about public safety, and I think that it's going to help individuals that are going down the road. I think it's going to protect lives. That's what I think, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Certainly, gentlemen.
Our fellow citizens from another culture tend to have their vehicles modified this way or that way. I'm talking about the citizens who move here from California primarily and Mexico. How is this going to affect them from a cultural standpoint?
It's going to be, it's going to affect, this bill is going to apply equally to everyone.
But that's a culture thing for them. So how are we going to enforce that with them modifying their vehicles?
They can modify it within range. As long as they keep it within less than 4 and less than 6 inches, you're good to go. Other than that, you'll be subject to a penalty.
And secondly, who's going to enforce this regulation?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
Who's going to enforce this regulation on a constant basis?
Law enforcement.
Huh?
Law enforcement.
I know law enforcement, but law enforcement's hands are already full, so that's going to divert from their duties to watching this juvenile stuff.
No, well, they're just going to be, law enforcement are already looking for improper equipment and other items that are out there on the roadway, and this is just going to be one thing that they can look at as well.
Well, I think it's a lot of juvenile laws seem to be coming from your direction, Mr. Chairman.
I really appreciate your question, gentlemen. Thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Certainly, for the gentleman from Hines.
And I understand the spirit of why you're doing this and the accident that occurred in Rankin County where the young lady was killed, young child was killed. But my question to you is this: were there any considerations or thought about the sports aspect of it, the car shows where you have these vehicles that are modified for car shows?
No, this is for vehicles that are going up and down the road. Of course, my dad has a car show. He has an antique car. He puts his on a trailer and hauls them to there. There's nothing would preclude anybody, if they have a squatted vehicle that they do primarily just for shows, they could load that up on a trailer and take it, or if they wanted to, they could drive it down the road and be subject to a $25 or $100 fine.
And that's my question to you. So you'll have individuals that may be going to a car show that may not have it on a trailer, etc., and drive it down the street and be pulled over by law enforcement because it's a quote-unquote squatted vehicle. So now you're having individuals being targeted as a result of what they're driving.
And because of public safety issues, depending on if it's a car or a truck, it just depends on the fine of what it would be. Basically, it's a $25 fine for a car, up to $50, and then you get 3 offenses on the truck, which would be $100, $200, or $300.
Well, I know, as you are a seasoned attorney, you know when certain individuals are driving certain vehicles, that $25 fine to $200 fine could be increased due to some other circumstances. But thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
I will yield for the learned gentleman. You got a new name today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlemen. My question is this. You have mentioned safety several times. Wouldn't you agree with me that if we want to keep the people in the state of Mississippi safe, then we need to bring back the people that kept us safe. When we had, everybody was required to get an inspection sticker in their vehicle to make it proper to be driven on these roads.
I wouldn't agree with that, gentlemen.
You wouldn't agree with
I
that?
wouldn't agree, because what happened back in them days is basically you paid your $3, they stuck the sticker on, and nobody really checked for anything.
Well, that didn't happen in my neighborhood, gentlemen.
But no, I disagree with that. But I see where you're going.
So you don't really want the people to be safe?
No, I didn't say that. I just said I didn't think the inspection sticker process worked, which is why we voted to repeal it. Law enforcement already has that, and within their discretion, if they see that vehicle going down the road with improper equipment or a broken tail light or anything, to do that.
Okay, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Adams, he wants to speak on the bill. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly, gentlemen.
Can you tell me the difference between a squatted car and a squatted pickup?
I think it's just one of them. One's a car, one's a truck.
So my question to you is, why are the penalties different from cars versus trucks?
I think it's more of an issue with trucks than it is cars by virtue of them going down the road. I think that's been the bigger issue, are the squatted trucks. The gentleman that drafted this bill and dropped it, that's what was put into the legislation, and so I went with it. I didn't make any difference between the two.
And one more question. Are we going to be giving rulers to the police officers so that they can measure?
Sir? I'm sorry.
Are we going to be giving rulers to the police officers so that they can measure?
You might want to keep one in your truck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, gentlemen. Will you yield?
Certainly.
Would you please specify to this body what gentleman from Rankin recommended this bill?
That would be our esteemed rules chairman, and not the gentleman, not the senior gentleman from Rankin, the junior gentleman from Rankin.
Yeah, thank you. One more. Would you be interested in a friendly amendment to ban the rubber ducks in the dashboards of Jeeps?
You can certainly trot it down here, and we'll leave it to the will of the body.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Gentlemen, yield.
Certainly.
We have a couple of events on the coast, a few huge ones. One's Cruising the Coast, and another's called Scraping the Coast. These events been going on for years, so I guess, would you be open? I know driving down the highway, like you said, if it's not trailer, but once they're at these events, would you be opposed to some kind of amendment or reverse repeal to put in there to when there's designated events that they can use these automobiles like Highway 90? That's Cruising the Coast, Scraping the Coast. They go up and down Highway 90. Now I understand your feeling when they're coming down 49. You know, if you need to get trailer, but when these events, and they have promoters down here has made these huge. So would you be thinking about something like that would, these events that can keep going, that's bringing a lot of...
I think it's going to be, and I definitely see your concerns. I'd rather not put anything in it right now. It's going to go over to, it would probably go over to the Judge in the Senate, who's from the coast. And I think it would be subject to law enforcement where they want to pull them over and write that ticket. So I doubt any law enforcement on Cruising the Coast is going to pull over a participant and give them a fine during that Cruising the Coast. So, but it's something we can do as we work it through the process.
Well, anything that, you know, locals can make a decision on a certain time frame to do these events.
I think that's certainly something we'll be amenable to as we move this bill through the process. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Gentleman from Adams has requested to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to apologize to the chairman. As I'm not inclined to do, sometimes I'm impulsive and I react when I see a bill. I still think this is a bad bill, but the chairman of transportation, the gentleman from Madison, a couple other people helped me with a Google search, and I realized that the people who have these vehicles that are squatted are more inclined to look like a man with a hair like his than a person with hair like mine. And so I don't think it has anything to do with race. The other thing is, you know, as African Americans, we tend to like to ride low or we ride high. We don't do the in-between thing. So if y'all want to pass this bill, you go ahead and pass it and take care of your folks and deal with what you want to deal with. I have no problem with it. We are okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Final passage, Mr.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 75 yeas, 42 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to pull up item 18, House Bill 1363. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House,
Gentlemen, see you got a committee sub.
I'd like to call the committee sub up in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we passed this bill last year. All it does is add child pornography or child sexual exploitation into the definition. It also creates, on line 26, we have it where it distributed, provided, delivered, transferred. We just add the word transmit. And then on line 65, we define what obscene matter is as under 9729-103, and it just allows a civil cause of action for someone that is transmitting child pornography or obscene matter on the internet. And we have a protection for our internet providers that have the host web hosting site, and that's an explanation of the bill. And it also has a reverse repealer in it as well.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Gentlemen, yesterday we passed an amendment to the lady from Madison's bill that changed the definition of child porn to include those morphed AI-generated images. As this bill moves forward, can we make sure that they conform as far as, I think that's a great bill. I'd like the morphed definition in this bill as well.
Bring it to us as we work through the process. We'll put it in there.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You mentioned that this bill has some definitions in it. Is that correct?
I think it does, somewhere in there.
And those are definitions from a bill that we had last session?
Yes.
Can you read those to me?
I think, will you read them to me, lady? I don't have my glasses on.
Now you can't read.
That's right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right. Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes.
Judge A yields the floor.
All right. Education. You recognize, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to number 20, House Bill number 1447, and call it up, make the usual motions, and we have a committee substitute, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman also moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
I would ask that the junior gentleman from Pearl River be recognized.
Junior gentleman from Pearl River is recognized to explain the committee sub.
At both places. At both places. Okay. Now, next question. Where are the students going to come from for this model? Are you going to have actual students here?
18 counties, high school, K through 12 throughout the Delta.
Okay, and what's the expected student enrollment at each facility?
That's what the study committee will determine.
Okay, so they don't have any type of idea, and they're going to, I guess, come up with a curriculum and so forth also?
That's what the study
Okay.
committee is supposed
All
to
right,
do.
thank you.
Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, I really like this bill, and I just wanted to make a formal request to you and the committee to consider putting together a study committee that investigates all of the school facilities across the state. Because, gentlemen, I think that you would agree that school facilities have an impact on student success in many profound ways, but we have so many schools that are in total disrepair. And I don't know that we have done our due diligence to make sure that these school facilities provide the conducive environments for our children to be able to learn and our teachers to be able to teach. And I would like to ask that the committee really take a look at that and see how we can implement some type of committee that looks at schools across the state and what we can do to improve our facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Gentleman, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I don't think the lady from Hines could have said it any better. My question is that as we go about getting these studies up and rolling, have the presidents of these universities been notified? Has there been a dialogue with them?
Yes, they will serve as co-chairs. The president of Mississippi Valley State University and the president of Delta State University.
Okay, they both. Okay, thank you.
All right, gentlemen, I don't see any further questions. You move final passage.
Mr.
He
Speaker.
moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no objection, I would like to skip over to number 30, House Bill number 1341.
Is there objection? You're recognized, gentlemen.
I would ask that the gentleman from Harrison County be allowed to present this bill.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House.
Gentlemen, let's call it. He didn't call it up, so.
All right, Mr. Speaker, call up the bill and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1341 simply provides that active duty military personnel that live off base of an installation may choose a school district their child attends. The school would not be required to provide transportation. If the district is at capacity, they can refuse enrollment, and the child is only allowed one transfer a year. Mr. Speaker, that concludes the explanation of the bill.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
I do.
I'm just curious, how is this different than the transfer bill that we passed yesterday that applied to everyone?
I think there's, I'm going to, yeah, because this is specifically for active duty military only.
Would they not be covered by the sort of umbrella bill from yesterday?
There are two different vehicles, lady. This is one, that one's the other.
Thank you.
So you don't know that?
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. If we could go to number 31, House Bill number 1396, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill. Gentleman moves. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, if we could recognize the junior gentleman from Hines.
Junior gentleman from Hines is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1396 is just an act to amend Section 3713-137 to require the school districts that have an identified student percentage of 25% or more that are receiving free lunch to apply for the USDA participation in community eligibility program. If they do succeed on this application, it would make the National School Lunch and Breakfast free to all students in that school district or specific school. So it would just require those school districts to apply for this community eligibility program, and that's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Wayne, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think this is a good bill. We ran into an issue back home. Would this allow the school district to partner with certain nonprofits to offer these lunches rather than provide them themselves?
So this bill doesn't address that. This bill simply addresses requiring those school districts to apply to be able to have those free lunches and breakfasts provided so they can receive the maximum reimbursement rate for those meals.
Okay, so they have to apply, but they don't have to be the ones to serve them.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentlemen, a question for you if you yield.
Yes, sir.
Now this goes for the school year, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, what happens during the summer?
So this bill doesn't address that. That's a separate program.
All right. Do you know if any funds are available for summer feeding program for youth?
Well, that's just not addressed in this bill.
I know, but do you know, are there
yes
programs available? And do you know why we can't get those funds?
I do.
And what's that?
Well, we know that there's been some pushback from the executive branch.
I guess that's the governor. Thank you.
That's correct.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
All right, move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk.
All right.
If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no objection, I would like to go to number 47, House Bill number 1379, and we have a committee substitute. Call it up.
Is there objection? Don't hear any, gentlemen. Gentleman goes to item 47, House Bill 1379. He calls that bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'd ask the junior gentleman from Harrison to be able to present the bill.
Junior gentleman from Harrison is recognized to explain the bill. I believe you got a committee sub, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment for this bill.
Are we going to adopt the committee sub first, Mr. Chairman, or you want to work off? Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the committee sub. And now you're telling Madam Clerk you have an amendment. You want to explain the amendment?
The amendment's just to add a reverse repealer into the committee sub.
Amendment 1 adds a reverse repealer. I don't see any questions on that. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to House Bill 1379. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1379 is to act to create the Student Safe at School Act. It would ultimately encourage participation in active shooter drills, set parameters when it comes to how they're effective, make sure that parents are receiving notification before it happens. This bill would also provide mapping data to local law enforcement to be able to respond more effective in the event that this would occur, and also to establish an agency that would track the education and different things we're going to be doing in the schools to ensure these students' safety. That's my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I noticed that the bill references K through 12. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a reason that we aren't including pre-K in this bill?
Yes, ma'am. Some of this has already kind of come up in question and already been worked on. That was the reason for the reverse repealer, and we're going to make sure we get anything added that needs to be in there.
Okay. As someone who has lived through a school shooting and who has a child that has been doing active shooter drills since he was in pre-K 3, I would encourage that we extend this to our pre-K students as well, because they are not immune from these incidents.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your point.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Gentlemen, I would draw your attention to line 142, that's in section 6, where it references, beginning in line 142, the end of it, no active shooter simulation may take place during regular school hours if a majority of students are present or expected to be present at the school. If there's a majority there, you can't do it? I certainly would want a majority to be there if I were doing it, but that's just me.
The section that you're referring to, gentlemen, is specifically for law enforcement training in the school. Being a former law enforcement officer, we typically go to the schools during summertime whenever the children are out, and we actually practice how we would execute a deal whenever we enter the school. So that's what that section is specifically for.
So that's for the law enforcement aspect of this program, and they would be there to practice their aspect when there's fewer students there. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And during the summer, there may be a chance that some students are there, some staff, so that's why that would be handled at that time.
Thank you for the explanation.
Yes, sir.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move to final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Speaker, I apologize for jumping around. If there's no objection, I'd like to go to item number 7, House Bill number 1683.
I hear no objection, gentlemen.
We have a committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Gentleman's further moved to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it.
I'd ask that we recognize the gentleman from Pearl River to present the bill.
Gentleman from Pearl River is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1683 is our charter school statutes. The committee sub just brought forward all charter school statutes with no changes. I'm going to offer an amendment. The only change we're going to make right now, pursuant to this amendment, is we are going to make the teachers at charter schools eligible for the national board supplements that all of our other teachers get, and we're going to add a reverse repealer to the bill. We want to work on some stuff with charter schools this session, and as this bill moves through the process and we get input from the interested parties, we hope to have a good charter school bill at the end of the session. But this keeps the vehicle moving forward prior to the deadline date. That's an explanation of the bill, and Mr. Speaker, I'll go ahead and offer that amendment.
All right, you're recognized for the amendment.
As I explained, we're just going to add a reverse repealer to the bill and make the teachers eligible for the national board supplements. That's an explanation of the amendment.
All right, question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to House Bill 1683. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, Your Honor, no, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for any questions.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
So we're giving the charter school teachers the ability to receive the same benefits that public school teachers have?
The salary supplement that they get, yes, sir.
And without having to go through any classes or anything of that nature?
No, they got to do this. They got to earn the National Board certification just like all the other teachers. They're just eligible for the supplement once they do that. A lot of our charter school teachers have done the hard work. I know you probably understand that to receive these National Board certifications, it's a year-long worth of work to earn that certification. A lot of our charter school teachers have that certification, but because of a tweak in the law, they're unable to receive the supplement.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Would a gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, we got a price tag on this increase?
Not yet. Working on that.
Do we roughly know about how many teachers?
I think if I remember correctly, the last number I heard, we have 18 teachers working in charter schools that could be eligible.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes.
I just got one question. How well are our charter schools performing in the state?
What did you say? Said that again.
How well are our charter schools performing in the state?
Well, according to the accountability metrics through MDE, they're DNFs right now, a lot of.
He passes. Lady from DeSoto, Ms. Remack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as a former charter school authorizer, I have some questions for you.
Okay.
On lines 458 to 460 and 440 to 445, it takes away the 3% funding. Is that correct?
No, lady. That
Okay.
the line of questions I believe you're about to ask is from a potential strike-all that I distributed to the authorizer board. They, of course, expressed some concerns, so I threw that in the trash, and we're going to just do this for now.
Okay. There were also some concerns brought to me on line 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1236, and it seems to auto-renew the schools and performance over time. So could those schools be FFD and get a 5-year renewal?
That is not in this bill. Like I said, I threw that proposal you're referring to in the trash, and I'm not doing it right now.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 77 yeas, 39 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to item number 8, House Bill number 73, and call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls that bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that the gentleman from Pearl River be recognized to present the bill.
Gentleman from Pearl River is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need the bill, please. House Bill 73 is our school attendance officer bill. Individuals has requested that they be transferred to the local districts. We believe that that is the proper thing to do. So this bill will transfer in the school attendance officers to the local districts to be overseen by them. Additionally, it will authorize a 25% pay increase for those school attendance officers. I will yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yeah.
Yes, sir.
You know, I had those hiccups in the committee meeting, and I still have them right now. It's really to the point where I don't know which way the school attendance office is going to go now, because, as I said in the committee meeting, they have not been funded as they should. We're back to the drawing board. We're putting them on the districts. We all know in this body, if you have a person serving on the school board, then you're probably in trouble if your nephew or niece get in trouble, because school board members are going to wonder, why in the world would you discipline my niece for something that they shouldn't do? So with that being said, I'm just wondering, are we going to continue to look at this thing with the school attendance officers, or are we going to just let it stay under the districts?
We're sending them to the districts, gentlemen. Held to no different standard.
Okay, we said that we had, I think the superintendents had some input on this as well. So I'm just wondering, did we get a chance to talk to all the local school districts, or was it certain school districts that we talked to? Or?
I think I've probably talked to 20 or 25 school superintendents on the SAO legislation.
Okay.
From across all areas of the state.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
As long as you hold the microphone to your mouth to where I can hear.
Well, I'm just glad to know that you want to hear what I'm saying.
I always enjoy your interrogations, gentlemen.
First thing is, this is an attempt to move, at least in this regard, toward home rule, right? Let the locals do what they think is necessary. Of course, as required by law.
That's correct, gentlemen.
Okay. The second thing, I believe you mentioned that this includes a 25% pay increase?
The authority for that, yes, sir.
Okay. Which is up to the locals as to whether or not they give and whether or not they fund. Is that right?
No, sir, we pay it. The state funds it.
Okay, so it's not an unfunded mandate for the locals then?
Correct. Similar to the teacher salaries, they have their own schedule and statutes the same way.
Great. And is my mic a little bit better now?
You're doing great.
Fantastic. The other thing is, with 25% pay increase, I don't have any idea what the average pay is for a school attendance officer is now. Could you elucidate?
It's horrible. It's like $25,000, I think.
25? Okay. So we're looking at somewhere around 30 then, right?
That's correct. I think it's about $6,000 extra.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield for friendly questions?
Yes, sir.
We were discussing in committee meeting, okay, youth court.
Yes, sir.
Have you made any changes to the bill as it relates to if the school attendance officer has what we would call a conflict with, if they're falling under the auspices of the superintendent and under the school district now, what happens if they have to subpoena principals, teachers, or superintendents to a truancy hearing? Have we made any gains as it relates to that issue with this bill?
I'm assuming the truancy hearing in the youth court, is that correct?
Yes, sir. The truancy, youth court hears truancy hearings, yeah.
Right, so in that situation, it would be the county prosecutor carrying the case of the school attendance officer. The county prosecutor, youth court prosecutor would subpoena, and the school attendance officer would be a witness, just like a principal would be a witness.
I understand that. I've been a youth court prosecutor. All right. the truancy officer would be a witness against the school. Protected in that situation. You understand?
I understand.
Okay.
That says that the employee has to perform any duties that's assigned to them.
Has what now?
Has to perform any duties that's assigned to them other than just regular duties. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that there are some contracts
Okay.
that say that.
Now, would that cause any problem with the principals if that would conflict with these employees' duties to the youth court?
I do not believe so. Again, we trust our principals, our educators to abide by the laws. We trust our schools to report factual data, and there are penalties within the law for schools that do not do that.
Okay. Now, are you aware that attendance office sometimes have to enforce orders of the youth court?
Enforce what, gentlemen?
Orders of the youth court. Have supervise and enforce orders of the youth court.
I'm aware that sometimes the youth court will sign orders, maybe telling the SAO they have to check on a student every so often or something along those lines. Yes, sir.
And are you aware that attendance officers sometimes have to monitor students that are on probation through the youth court?
If they're on probation through the youth court as it relates to truancy or as it relates to other crimes?
As it relates to truancy.
Okay, yes, I'm aware of some situations like that.
Okay, and are you aware that sometime when students are on probation from the youth court, they might be on a curfew, might have a curfew as well?
Yes, sir.
Requiring them to be at home at certain times?
Yes, sir.
Now, if the attendance officer have to monitor these students at hours when the school is closed, how would that work? Would they get paid overtime?
It would work the same way it works now through them being under MDE. They're paid a salary.
Say what now?
They're paid a salary. It would be no change. They currently have to do that under MDE. There would be no change. That would be their salary.
So they would be paid overtime?
I don't believe they're entitled to overtime as salaried employees, no, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen. Gentleman from Kapai, I believe, has an amendment, as well as the lady from Jones. Are there any other amendments I'm unaware of? Y'all disappear when you get here.
As employees of the local school districts and the fulfillment of their assigned duties and obligations to the legislature for a review and consideration the local school district. So we're asking them to give us a progress report in 2026 so we'll see if it's working or not. And that's the explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment?
And we support the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Don't see any questions. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to House Bill 70. For the amendment indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You have further amendments, gentlemen?
I have one I forgot about. I believe the Representative Mickens talked to me about it. This amendment will just ensure that within the bill we have regional coordinators. This will just ensure they're staying underneath the department, the coordinators in each.
By the school attendance officers of an unexcused absence. Now, you know that is certainly contributing to truancy and delinquency, and that gives these gang folks a chance to get our boys, because they're out of school 2 or 3 weeks before, anything is ever done. So what my amendment does is says that on an unexcused absence, when the school is taking the roll and they determine that a child is unexcused, then the school attendance officer has 24 hours to then start making contact, find out why that child is not in school. And we're hoping that this will help us with that truancy problem. And if there are any questions, I would certainly be happy to answer them. But if not, I would ask the House to adopt the amendment.
We're in favor of the amendment. The amendment just required, I see some faces out there. The amendment just gives a timeline for the districts to notify SAOs of the actual absences.
All right, I don't see any questions on the amendment. Question occurs on the adoption. Gentlemen, anything further on the amendment?
Yes, sir.
Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 3. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Anything further?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You
Final
move.
passage.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown, for what purpose? You yield for further questions, gentlemen?
Sure.
You're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you also, Mr. Chairman. Since these officers will be putting their lives on the line with this transfer, so to speak, don't you think that the pay increase is a little inadequate for them putting their life? Because these gangsters, gang fellows, they don't play. And I just thought that it may be possible for them to have more remuneration by being transferred to the local school district.
And also school districts can pay above the salary we've got as well. I forgot to mention that. 25% to start, and we'll keep working on it, gentlemen.
Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 83 yeas, 26 nays, the bill passes. Anything further from the Education Chairman?
Mr. Speaker, if we could go back to the motion to reconsider calendar number 8.
The gentleman's motion indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen. Now you need to reconsider the vote.
I'd ask that we reconsider the vote.
I'm sorry. Let me stop you for a minute. I messed up. Requires unanimous consent at this point to go back to that calendar. Do we have that? Hear none. Thank you. All right. You're recognized.
I would ask that we reconsider the vote, HB number 867.
All right. Gentlemen would like to reconsider the vote by which the bill passed for purposes of an amendment.
Yes, sir.
All in favor of that indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen. The bill's back before you.
All right. I would call it up and make the usual motions then. And I would ask that the gentleman from Pearl River be allowed to explain his amendment and the bill.
I don't believe we need the usual motion. The bill's back before us and proper. Gentleman's recognized to explain a potential amendment.
I have an amendment. I'm giving it to the clerk right now.
You going to explain it?
This is a strike-all amendment, Mr. Speaker. This bill takes all of those 55,000 amendments we put on this bill yesterday and puts them into one strike-all. There was one error in one of the amendments that messed up the ad valorem calculation, so we fixed that, and for clarity, we just put it all into one amendment. There's nothing changed about the bill.
Questions? Don't see any, gentlemen. Oh, I'm sorry. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Parliamentary inquiry.
You're
Wouldn't
recognized.
he have to call each one of those amendments and up either table those and then offer this strike off as a new amendment?
Let me get clarification, gentlemen. Once that bill was adopted, gentlemen, when we voted on it before it was reconsidered, all of those went into the bill, so they became the bill. Thank you for your inquiry. I'm learning today too. Thank you. All right, gentlemen, you're recognized. Are there any questions, other questions on the bill?
I'd yield if there are no other questions. And
There's no questions, gentlemen. He moves final passage. Question recurs on the adoption of Strike-All Amendment 1. If you favor the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike-All Amendment 1 is adopted. Anything further?
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 86 yeas, 26 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
No, sir. Education yields.
Gentlemen, there was a skip. Oh. Chairman of Insurance, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I thought you called insurance, and item 12 was our next item on, item 23, House Bill 1612. I'd like to ask that to be read the third time and hold its place on the calendar.
That's correct. We are on that. We skipped forward is how we got where the gentleman is. So you're correct. You are to item 23, and you're asking that it be hold its place on the calendar.
Yes,
all right.
consider it read
we
the
will
third
do
time.
that, and consider it read the third time. We will do that. Chairman of Banking is here for the next item, which was 32. So I'll ask for unanimous consent for him to. And then we'll go back, lady, from Forrest up to your item 24. Your record.
Adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub, gentlemen.
Thank you. So what we're going to do here with this committee sub is we're going to establish a study committee to go over what we're going to do to tackle the issue of cryptocurrency and blockchain legislation in the state. So it's a controversial issue, and it's also a very complicated issue. So we're going to take a study over the off season to see what other states are doing and how best we can set up some legislation for this in Mississippi. So the study committee will be made up of 4 members from the House Banking Committee, 4 members from the Senate Finance Committee, a representative from the Secretary of State's office, a representative from the Attorney General's office, and a representative from the Banking Commission. And that's an explanation of the bill. Move final passage.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. As far as this this committee goes, you said that there will be 4 members from the House, which committee?
Banking.
From the House Banking Committee, and 4 members from which Senate committee?
Senate Finance.
Okay. And what, can you, I guess, explain a little more about what exactly they'll be doing, and what is the goal of the committee?
Well, we've had legislation brought the past couple years about blockchain and cryptocurrency, and so some states have passed bills and that have had some issues with it, and some states have had some success with it. So what we're going to do is study what the states that have had success with it are doing, and the ones that have not had success, what changes they would like to make so we don't make the same mistakes. And so we're just going to study what other states have done. We're going to talk to experts in the field, and also experts from our intelligence departments around the country to see what their recommendations would be as well.
Okay. And just so that I can be a little more informed, can you tell me some of the successes and some of the failures that you all have looked at in determining that this committee is necessary?
Well, I do know that Arkansas passed a bill a couple years ago, and they've had some unintended consequences from that. That's one off the top of my head I can think of. So, and I think New York has a bill that has had some success. So we're going to look at those 2 areas.
Okay. But going into this study, there's no pro-crypto approach or anti-crypto approach. It's kind of...
yeah, we're neutral. We're
neutral.
Looking, yeah.
Okay, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 100 yeas, 6 nays. The bill passes. All right. We will now return back to item 24, I believe. Recognize the lady from Forest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to number 24 on today's general calendar, House Bill 1026. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, placed on final passage. All in Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, lady, to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Or 2 years ago, I'm sorry, to so that Le Bonheur in Memphis can see Mississippi children, and we are extending that repealer so that they may continue to serve our children in North Mississippi for 4 years. And like I said, the bill has a reverse repealer in it. It is still very much a work in progress. There have been other requests that have been made for the Medicaid technical amendment bill, but we are still vetting those, determining with the cost, and consulting with Medicaid. That is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you. Will the lady yield?
I will.
I read through it briefly. It's a long bill, but I was just wondering, is there anything in here that's going to require Medicaid to pay for human-animal hybrid clones?
No, lady, I appreciate the question, and absolutely not included in this bill, nor included in any other bill that has been before this body. But I appreciate the question.
Thank you, lady.
Lady from Lowndes, Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the lady yield?
Yes, ma'am.
You and I have spoken about another issue that I would like for it to be included in the tech bill. So I just wanted to bring this up again and see if there's something that you could work on with this as far as neonatal circumcision for male babies.
Yes, ma'am. So as you know, and you have been working on for several years, that Medicaid does not provide coverage for circumcision for newborn baby boys. We did pass that out of the Medicaid committee. It was double referred. It did not make it out of appropriations, but the code section is correct. And so after we determine cost and talk to Medicaid a little bit about that, we can definitely include that as we move this down in conference.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, lady.
Don't see any further questions, lady.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Judd B. He passes. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Keene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got an introduction.
You're recognized.
On behalf of my desk mate, if you would make welcome Ms. Kincaid and his daughter, Sarah. Thank you in the South Gallery.
Welcome, ladies. Good to have y'all here. He is here working today. Chairman of Public Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 33, House Bill 419. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Jackson to describe the bill.
Gentleman from Jackson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
I believe there's an amendment.
As amended, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt the amendment.
And then you're going to explain it?
Yes. Okay, are we ready?
You want to tell them what the amendment does, gentlemen?
I'll be happy to. Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
I think they want something.
Sorry about that. Ladies and gentlemen, the amendment to House Bill 419 is pretty simple. It simply brings forward the code sections of the CON process. We're working on hopefully a final draft. If we're able to reach an agreement and have that final draft, it will pertain to the application process for the CON and the appellate process to make it streamlined and more efficient.
Lady from Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that what you're trying to do and what you said, and I trust you on this. I just want to make sure that everyone in here realizes that this is a CON for hospitals, nursing homes, and everything is right here before us.
And lady, you have my word. If it gets out of hand, hopefully we won't have any amendments, but we'll definitely kill the bill if it gets out of hand.
Thank you.
Don't see any further questions on the amendment. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir, Mr. Speaker. Move for final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted?
Public Health yields.
Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Jackson, you indicated you had another item you wanted to take up. I thought you were staying up here. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to the laid on the table, subject to call calendar, House Bill 1590, and call it off the table.
That's a bill you laid on the table subject to call earlier today.
That's correct.
Item 2 on the general calendar. Gentleman moves to call the bill off the table. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The bill is back before us, gentlemen. I believe you had made the usual motion as well as adopted the committee sub, but I'm understanding now you want to table the committee sub? Or
That is correct, Mr. Speaker. I move to table the committee sub.
those opposed have 5 minutes. I believe the gentleman, you have another amendment once we table this committee sub. Is that correct?
I do. I have a...
The gentleman's motion is to table the committee sub, which he adopted earlier. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the original bill, which I believe were code sections, and now you have an amendment, gentlemen?
I do, Mr. Speaker. I have a strike all amendment.
Gentleman's got a strike all amendment to his original bill. You want to explain the strike all?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. The strike all is the bill.
And the strike all is the bill. Okay. Explain the strike all.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, the strike all amendment does basically two things. It reconstitutes the present board that we have, and I don't have my notes with me, but it reconstitutes the board to make up, to include 11 members, and it stops the 2% employer contribution increase that is supposed to take effect July 1st. The new board will be made up of 11 members. I think it's, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's members, the governor has 4 appointments, the lieutenant governor has 3 appointments, the treasurer will be a member of the board, and the commissioner of revenue will be a member of the board. And the speaker will have the option to recommend 2 of the 4 appointments from the governor and 2 of the 3 appointments from the lieutenant governor. And that's pretty much an explanation of the bill. I'm sorry.
Questions on the bill?
Mr. Speaker, if I
Sorry.
may.
Further explanation?
Yes, there is. There's 2 additional members. Those 2 additional members will be 1 from the retirees, which, in other words, 1 member will be a retiree from the state employment, which will be voted on by the retirees, and the other one will be a present employee, state employee, which will be voted on by present employees of the state.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott, for a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Will the gentleman please, could you please go back over for us the reconstitution of the board that you just explained? We're trying to follow it to see what the changes are.
Yes, ma'am, I'll be happy to. It's going to be, the new board will be 11 members, 4 appointments from the governor, 3 appointments from the lieutenant governor, the commissioner of revenue, the state treasurer, 1 retiree, and 1 present employee of the state.
Okay, so are we, if we pass this bill, eliminating the member that would come from the junior college? Guaranteed to come from the junior college?
That is guaranteed to come, that's correct.
Okay, and are we, if we pass this bill, are we eliminating the 2 retirees that would be coming from the members of the retirement system? And this would be the municipal, the firemen, the police, the highway patrol, all of those people who can vote on those 2. This would eliminate them being guaranteed to have 2 people, right?
No, lady, not entirely. It will not be 2 retirees. The new board will consist of 1 retiree.
And so right now we have 2.
That's correct.
Okay, and so then if this were to become law, the guarantee of the people who would be from the judicial or the county government, we'll be eliminating them as well, right? The
No.
guarantee.
That will be, yes, no longer exist. It will be one active employee to consist, or to represent the whole group.
No longer exists. Okay, and then for the institution of higher learning, if we were to pass this, if this were to become law, on the retirement board, there would be no guaranteed person who would be from institution of higher learning.
Well, that's correct, lady.
So, gentlemen, can you tell us why would we want to move to take off the people who would be the voice of every area of the retirement system to sit on the board? What was the thinking of you when y'all decided to do that?
Well, lady, two things. Number one, please remember that with the new board, we'll have one retiree to represent that group. Secondly, that's one retiree. Secondly, it's not for any one specific reason. It's just so that we can get a new set of eyes to review the whole picture, and to review the actuaries, the rate of return, the whole picture.
Okay, and my last question to you about the change of these people. There is no criteria, at least from what you explained, for the 4 that's being appointed by the governor, 3 that's being appointed by the lieutenant governor, for them to have any particular expertise in these actuarial and in that area to try, I guess, to make the retirement system sustainable. There's nothing in your amendment that would require that they have any certain criteria, right?
That's not correct, lady. There are qualifications.
I mean, I'm asking you because we don't have your amendment.
Yeah, and I'm answering. I think it's
Okay.
line 62 through 64, if I'm not
Is
mistaken.
that on your amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't have it. Can you read it to us? I'm sorry, I don't have it, but I just don't.
Yes, lady. Each appointee of the governor and the lieutenant governor shall be a person with knowledge and understanding of the investment of financial assets and of the principles of a retirement plan as either a participant or an employer, and shall not have a conflict of interest with any plan administered by the board.
And my last question to you, the people who have served on the retirement board all of this time, would they be under that definition eligible for consideration by the governor?
I don't know the specific background of each member right now, lady. I can
Well,
get that information.
most of them have served on the thing for a good while.
Lady, they would qualify because they would either be an active employee or a retiree.
Well, one, because they can only get one.
That's correct.
I should have prefaced that they could only get one. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. I appreciate you.
Yes, lady, always.
Any further questions?
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Hines, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
Just one quick question. With this legislation, are the individuals who are mostly affected by this, are they of approval of this bill, and have you spoken to them?
I have spoken to at least one, I take that back, 2 present employees who like the fact that we're trying to bring a new perspective to the board. Yes, sir.
You said 2 who?
2 present employees.
2 present employees?
Yes.
All right. And they were just 2 people?
2 people that are present employees, that's correct.
And that constitutes a majority?
No, that does not constitute a majority, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Sure.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you also, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you know how sensitive this particular peers organization is to everybody involved, particularly employees. Is this a mandated change, or is this a forced change, so to speak, in terms of new members?
I'm sorry, gentlemen, what, in
I
terms
said,
of...
is this a mandated change, or is it a forced change?
This will reconstitute the new board.
And it was mandated?
Yeah, this law will make that change, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I may be wrong. I think I heard you say earlier that this would also include doing away with the 2% employer contribution that's upcoming?
July the 1st, yes, sir.
Okay, what, if anything, are the plans to replace that 2% contribution?
Gentlemen, I can't answer that right now. That's going to be left up to the new board, obviously.
Okay, the new board that's being constituted that you're talking about,
If
right?
this passes, yes, sir.
Okay, you would agree with maybe that 2% or whatever it is goes toward attempting to keep PERS solvent, right?
To keep PERS solvent, yes. I mean, it needs
Thank
a lot of help, but yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, I don't see any further questions. You move final passage?
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves final passage. I'm sorry. He moves to adopt the strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the adoption of strike all Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir, Mr. Speaker.
You move final passage?
Sir.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 84 yeas, 32 nays, the bill passes. We'll go back to the general calendar. Help me, y'all. Where were we? Item 34, Chair of Corrections. She passes. Item 35, Marine Resources. O'Meary. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no objection. I would request immediate release on House Bill 1590.
Gentleman's request is immediate release. Is there objection? Hearing none, we'll follow that procedure. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, Marine Resources passes. It's back to an education bill. He passes. He yielded the floor. Public Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 37, House Bill 1350, and call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize everybody's favorite learned attorney, the gentleman from Choctaw, to handle the next two bills.
Gentleman from Choctaw is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we've passed a lot of legislation today, but I think these next two bills will be very impactful to your constituents. As you know, we always get these unwanted telephone calls on our cell phone all the time, and if you're over 65, and it's like my parents are, and your parents or grandparents, every time you turn around, they're receiving a phone call about a Medicare Advantage plan. And actually, these Medicare Advantage plans are disadvantageous to you. Go to the Medicare Advantage plan, and off regular Medicare, sometimes they don't cover you out of system, and it ends up costing you more money than it's worth. So what we're going to do in this bill is we're going to allow them to be on the Do Not Call registry with regard to Medicare Advantage plans. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any.
Final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1350 is similar as to the
52.
1552. Yes, 1352. Is similar to what we just passed, but we're going to target Medicare supplements now. You have Medicare A and B, and then you can buy a supplement. And
Gentlemen, you make the usual motion on this
yes,
bill?
Yes, sir. Usual
Gentleman
motion.
calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, for that explanation.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, basically, Medicare supplements are going to be put on the Do Not Call registry now. We've taken care of Medicare Advantage plans. Now we're going to put Medicare supplements on the Do Not Call list. For if you're over 65 and you're receiving these calls every day, you can opt out on the Do Not Register Call list. I think this is good legislation, and I think all your constituents will support it back home. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felsher.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a quick question. Why are we limiting this to just Medicare products and not all harassing calls?
We can, as we work this bill through the process, we may just include them all eventually.
Add them all.
Add them all. Thank you, sir. Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
You got some more questions, gentlemen. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Gentlemen, are you aware that Do Not Call is not worth anything?
Well, gentlemen, I'm
serious. I'm serious. I'm serious. I've been all on the No Call, Do Not Call list, and they call from all over China, Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Jamaica, Haiti, Nigeria. They call from everywhere, and we're not done. It's a joke.
Well, maybe we might consider putting a private cause of action in it as we work it through the process.
Well, no, if we're going to be serious about it,
and
let's be serious about it. They don't take us serious because we don't do anything about it. It has no teeth in it. So I'm with you, and it's rare for me to be with you. I'm with you on this, but let's stop playing game with these people. If you're on the no-call list, then that's what all it means.
I agree with you, and I think as we keep looking at this, we may consider some more enforcement actions on these bills.
You move final. I'm sorry, gentleman from Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Certainly, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, you mentioned about calls. Are texts included in this?
Is what included?
Are texts included in this?
No, just Do Not Call registry. But
why would we not include texts in this, gentlemen?
Well, we can try that too if you want to, gentlemen. But I think it's just Do Not Call physical person calling.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you oppose, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Item 39, he passes. Chairman of Wildlife.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up House Bill 1206 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we have for you today was just a simple bill to correct a discrepancy that was made back in a Senate bill in 2020. What we're doing is actually moving back the dates on open season for fur-bearing animals and possum season. So in 2014, Senate Bill 2143 extended the dates, and then in 2020, inadvertently, when they opened that section back up, they wiped out those dates. So legal has asked me to reopen this code section and reset these dates back where they should be. And these dates should be March 1st through February 28th, like they were in the 2014 session. So this bill just corrects the discrepancy and places them back where they should be. That's the explanation of the bill.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield?
Of course.
I was just reading the short title there, revised dates for fur-bearing animals and hunting possums and hunting raccoons. Aren't possums and raccoons fur-bearing as well?
You didn't know possums were fur-bearing?
I said, aren't they? I just, you were
Yes, sir.
distinguishing them out separately. I was just curious.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
You got something against possums, gentlemen? Okay.
Or bobcats. Or bobcats.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman.
Dumb question. Did you
Go
say
ahead,
from
Jim.
March the 1st to February 28th?
November 1st to March 15th.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Well, yes, sir.
Thank you. Gentleman on line, I'm sorry, line 12 says raccoons and bobcats may be run, hunted, chased, pursued throughout the year. Does that include during turkey season? Which is upcoming, by the way, or actually which is open right
raccoons
now.
and bobcats may be run and hunted, chased or pursued throughout the year with dogs by licensed hunters.
I'm sorry, I have trouble back here.
Well, it states it clearly that February 28th, next following, but raccoons and bobcats may be run, hunted, chased, or pursued throughout the year with dogs by licensed hunters.
Okay, so the answer is yes, that they can during turkey season. I think you're a turkey hunter. You know what I'm getting at there, don't you? With dogs running during turkey season doesn't help turkey hunters a lot.
Well, you don't have to use dogs, but you can.
Okay, thank you.
You don't have to use a gun, but you can.
All right, gentlemen.
Final
I
passage.
don't see any further questions. Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Chairman of Insurance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 41, House Bill 819. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, Mr.
Speaker,
Chairman.
we have a committee substitute.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize.
Bill to the gentleman from Hines.
Gentleman from Washington. Well, we got one from Hines and one from Washington. Who you want? Gentleman from Hines is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 819 simply gets rid of a fee that will be charged to our citizens to non-renew or cancel a policy. This fee generates $500 in the general fund for the insurance department, and they're doing away with this. They'll be able to provide assistance to the citizens who are seeking this information to be done. And secondly, we're doing away with the mandatory pre-licensing in-person testing part. You'll be able to still do your testing and get your license by doing online classes, or whether it be provided by the insurance carrier, and that is the explanation of the bill. Excuse my voice, I'm sorry.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 42, House Bill 1527. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
We have a committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to make way from the gentleman from Pines right now if he wants to come on.
Make way for him then. Gentleman from Washington is recognized. His last name is Hines, but we got it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1527 is brought to you today about interjectable HIV medications. Currently, if a person has been given oral, that's the purpose of the legislation. Move final passage, Mr. If there are no questions.
No, sir. You got some questions.
That I'm asked.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
All right, gentlemen. Bring the question. Now, these HIV medications that are being used for people with HIV, right?
Absolutely.
Now, gentlemen, are you aware that medical centers like Johns Hopkins are doing studies on these drugs, and they're finding out that these drugs are also successful, maybe about 20% of the patients with different type of cancers where they don't have to have chemo?
Absolutely, gentlemen. You shared that with us in the committee, and I went back and did some research on it.
Okay.
And those antivirals have been very beneficial to some people who have different forms of cancer.
Right, because, you know, HIV is a virus and cancer is a virus also. So these
Yes, sir.
drugs are more than just for HIV, they are starting to find out.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to make that as really the statement so we all would know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yeah.
Absolutely. Come on.
I think I'm going to ask this on the behalf of all of us sitting here. Are you in favor of oral medication?
Am I in favor? Will you repeat the question again?
Are you in favor of oral medication? You know what the word oral means?
Oh, you really don't want to go to, I am for all type of medication. Oral, intravenous, whatever.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen. You move final passage.
That's with the right one.
You move final passage. He does. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Chairman of Municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 43 on the general calendar, bring up House Bill 868, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like you to recognize the lady from Humphreys to handle the bill.
Lady from Humphreys is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill number 868 is a bill that allows for property cleanup revolving fund. It is to assist municipalities with the cleanup of properties that's been determined to be a menace to property, to the public health, and for the safety of the communities. This bill has been passed already 2-3 times for this for the House. It is a program that it is available to municipalities. It's available to cities and towns that have populations of 10,000 or less as a grant, and a loan for those that have 10,000 or more. And the cities would repay the loans with funds that they receive from reimbursements from the property owner through sales tax of the Blythe property, and it would be administered through the Mississippi Home Court program. And MML is definitely in support of this bill. And that is the explanation of House Bill 868.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any, lady. You move final passage?
Move final passage, Mr.
She moves
Speaker.
final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 121 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes.
Thank you.
All right, I believe that concludes our work for the day. I don't see anyone. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Reed, for what purpose?
Can I make an announcement?
Yes, sir.
10 minutes after adjournment, full appropriation committee A will meet in the committee room. 10 minutes after adjournment. Please be there.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Varner.
Mr. Speaker, if I can have unanimous consent to change my vote on motion to reconsider line 8, House Bill number 867 to no. If he 25, what about 30? What about 35?
I heard a lot of ejection during all that, gentlemen. Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 19, House Bill number 1560. Would like to have that read for the third time.
Thank you, lady. We will do that. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the late on the table calendar, items number 2, 6, and 7, I'd like to have those read for the third time.
If they were laid on the table, they've probably been called up and dispensed.
Sorry. They were not. Oh. I didn't call them up.
All right. Your request is to have those items read for the third time?
Yes.
All right. Would you state those items again?
Number 2, number 6, and number 7.
Thank you, gentlemen. They've got it.
And then the general calendar.
You're recognized.
Number 4, number 25, number 26, number 27, number 28, number 29, and number 44.
You're not planning on doing all that tomorrow, are you?
I hope not.
Y'all got those? She's got them. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind the body that tomorrow at noon in room 202, Jackson Young Lawyers will be having their day at the Capitol and will be hosting a luncheon. So if you do not have any plans, please stop by room 202. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Aguirre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to hold item number 32, House Bill 1214, on a motion to reconsider.
We will do that, gentlemen. Thank you. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to remind the body that the Community Health Center Association of Mississippi is having its legislative reception and special award ceremony right now at the Westin till 6:30. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the general calendar, item number 9, House Bill 728, I would like to have it read the third time.
Thank you, lady. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
With a humble heart, I ask for unanimous consent to change my vote from no to present on the general calendar, item number 1, House Bill 1607.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to change my vote on House Bill 1527, line item 42 on the general calendar for not voting to yea.
Record his vote. Gentleman from Tipham, Mr. Steverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the Ways and Means calendar today, items 1, item 4, 5, and 6, all read for the third time, please.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to change my vote on yesterday's calendar, number 12, House Bill 1408. No, that's today's calendar. House Bill 1408, yes to no. And on yesterday's calendar, number 3, House Bill 1192, from yes to no.
Is there objection? Change of vote. Gentleman from Leek, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On House Bill 1607, the First Amendment, I would like the unanimous consent to change my vote from no to yes.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Green, Mr. Birch.
Adjourn in memory, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to adjourn in memory of a good friend of mine and a pillar of the community in Greene County, Mr. Bobby Fick. He's a U.S. Army veteran. He's a veteran of both the Vietnam War and Operation Desert Storm. He passed away this week. After serving 33 years in the United States military, he retired and he went to work. He was the chief of police in Leakesville. He was an elected constable and a devoted family man and friend, and I'd like for us to adjourn in his memory.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Sounds like a great servant. Thank you. All right. Any further announcements? I believe clerk has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind you, I've had a couple of complaints from both presenters and questioners that when there's questioning going on pursuant to Rule 25, do not walk between the questioner and the presenter, and if you must, at least lean down and do not break their line of sight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Other announcements? Don't see any. Recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House will stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.